Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session of the Devouring Dark. Last time, the group got attacked by a ghost, and I don't remember why, but they decided to go back because they heard some noises or something, I think, if I remember correctly. They went a little further and they heard some noises coming up the stairway, so then they went back to the cabin and waited pretty much an entire day. And as that was happening, or as they were resting, they got surprise attacked in the middle of they're trying to long rest. And that is where we're leaving off. However, not everybody was here for that. What ended up happening. And it's been quite a while since we last played. Almost a month, something like that. So
Almost.
So what I'm gonna say is, they had hit point values and everything remaining, but I don't remember what any of those were because it's been so long. I had everything saved and everything, but then I had to fiddle around and it's gone. Needless to say. So, last time I did end on that the undead were retreating because they lost too many of their number. So, where we're going to start off is, what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to pursue them? Do you want to just let them go and try to rest again? Or what do you want to do?
I want to try a long rest.
Yeah, we needed the long rest to get all our stuff back.
It's literally why we left the cave in the first place.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then you had to go and cock that up, didn't you?
Okay, so, yeah, the undead are retreating, which is not a common thing for undead to do. But you guys have noticed that the undead in this area seem to be acting strangely, and there's other reasons to think of why they might be doing that, but, so what do you guys want to do? I'll say that we can rewind back to the second before they started running away, if you guys want. And you can try to just slaughter them all if you want. But,
I'm good. I think.
If you don't want to do that, you can just let them go.
I think we can just let them go.
I vote meh.
No.
Okay. So they ran away. There were a few of the mages still remaining, and they ran. And there were a whole bunch of those other things, about 5 or 6 of them, and they ran away as well. So you guys are going to try to get your long rest?
Mm-hmm.
We need the cabin.
Yeah, is the cabin coming back?
Yeah.
Alright, cabin is back. Lucius turned invisible during that fight, and he just sort of hid because he was pretty much instantly killed by lightning bolts. Almost. So he turned invisible and ran away. He does come back after a few moments, after realizing that they're gone. And the other group does arrive, just to quickly get through this, so that way you guys can add up your long rest stuff. They said that they heard what sounded like a lightning crash, or a bolt of lightning hit the ground or something, and they weren't sure what to do, so they were cautious when approaching, and it took them too long to arrive before they got there, because they were being cautious. So the dragon and everything, they were making sure that it wasn't just like a lightning bolt or something, and they were too late once they finally arrive to actually help you. So, they go back to resting, though now they are aware that things may come out of that hole, so they're gonna keep an eye on that as well. Whereas before they weren't. So you guys get your long rest.
Mhm.
Nothing seems to attack you after that.
Our just and well-deserved long rest.
And just so you guys are aware, I've been playing the original Baldur's Gate game recently, so
Mhm.
yeah, resting out in the open is not a good thing.
That's why we have the cabin.
Yeah, exactly.
So why we have a dragon and Yetta is outside?
Yeah, exactly. Very often I get ambushed by like ghasts and ghouls, and then they paralyze half my party, and then I can't do anything. So it's not a fun time.
That's why you prepare. That's why you just make sure you're safe. That's why you have a cabin that you can say, drop it down and we're safe.
Okay, so you get your long rest. It is late morning, I'll say, by the time you wake up. Approaching noon, because you got your long rest interrupted. So the cabin is there. Your other group says that they noticed some other things that were trying to keep an eye on you guys, but the purple dragon tried to approach and tried to convert them, if you will, and he didn't succeed. It ran away before he had a chance to get to it. So there are things that are watching you, is the information you get from that. So, what would you like to do now that you've finally rested?
Well, I say that only two options is either we find some sort of way to make sure we don't get possessed, or we go in without getting spotted at all.
Well, if we just go in like we just own the place, so to say, I mean, we showed that ghost who's boss, right?
Alright, so you'll go in, and once he's dead, the rest of us can stealth in.
You know, I'm hard to kill, right?
I suppose you can take an arrow, but I doubt you'll take two.
Yeah, you did almost instantly kill him, however, he did survive.
Yeah.
It is a feat, as your character is aware of his own skill. So,
Yeah, a feat to survive Howler, one to surpass Metal Gear.
okay, so
Oh, come on.
Zerscon, he's moving his piece, so I assume he's going in.
I assume you guys are coming along or just lagging behind to be like...
I'm not going without any plan. I mean,
Okay. Zerscon, you turn around and you notice nobody's behind you.
Pansies.
I kind of just look at Howler and say, well, he would make a good distraction.
yeah, I know. I mean, we could follow him behind him from a distance.
Okay. Unfortunately, he's moving his piece. So,
As you can see, I'm moving on without you guys.
Oh, okay.
But unfortunately, he's moved his piece to a point where I have to intervene.
Oh, so I need to go back here?
No. You go here. Because that's where you moved.
Okay.
Oh, he did.
You make a perception check.
Let's see if I can find my camera too.
Perception. 23.
Okay, you're being relatively, compared to since you're rushing forward, you're being relatively cautious for rushing forward.
I mean, most of this dungeon is clear. If I walk like I own this place, like, come to me, because I will slaughter you with my hands.
Okay, you get there, and that is the staircase that is about 5 or 6 stories tall. And you start walking down the stairs, and you hear what sounds like movement from below.
Just grab my battle axe at the ready to see whose face I can bash in with it.
Do you continue down the staircase?
Slowly, but I keep my guard up.
Okay. By slowly, do you mean stealthily?
Well, no, I mean just more like slow, like taking steps one at a time to see if I can spot anything.
Okay. I'll say that since you're moving slowly, I'll give you the advantage of making another perception check to see if you can pick up on
Okay.
anything.
Let's see if my sheet wants to load. Because roll 20 was like, let's reload for no reason.
Don't you have to switch computers?
Don't you mean windmills?
Well, there are computer in the windmills.
Oh no, that's the wrong one. There we go, natural 20.
No,
Okay.
the 9 counts.
No, that's nature,
No.
unfortunately.
So he rolled
Yeah,
that
like that-
first.
Yeah, I said that was the wrong one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one.
At different stats as well.
So don't worry about it. You hear what sounds like a conversation coming from below, and there's 2 very different voices. One sounds very squeaky and squawky, and very not very friendly in tone. The other one is very monotone and deep.
Just listen in.
Okay, so you start listening. You hear the squeaky and squawky voice say, "They're taking forever. Why would they just attack us and walk in here like it's nothing, and then when we attack them, they just stay there? This is so annoying." And the other voice says, "We know not what these creatures want. They simply stay." And he says, "Wow! Come on! We gotta do something." And the other voice says, "We were told to wait. We will do nothing but wait." And the conversation continues, but do you wish to continue listening, or do you want to continue going down?
You give me such an opportunity to be like, oh, I could surprise them so hard by just literally leaning over, go like, or be surprised by the guy you're waiting for.
They're
Yeah,
about,
but
they're about
this-
3 stories below you, which is about
Yeah.
30 feet.
Yeah, so I'm just slowly going down, hoping that they finally come towards me, the other guys.
You hear the squeaky, squawky voice. "At least we're ready for them, I guess." He's like, "I care not when they come. They will come." And you get approximately about a floor and a half away from them.
Okay, switch my weaponry to my greatsword, not activated yet.
Okay.
And then just keep sneaking up to them.
How
A
close do you
stealth
want to get before jumping on them? Because if you're not stealthing, they will see you when you get about half a story away from them. Which
Just
is about
one
5 feet.
Just one story to see what they are.
Okay. You peek down the staircase to see if you can see them. Make a perception check.
So much perception. 13.
You see that one is smaller than the other.
Mhm.
They appear to be humanoid in shape, as in limb orientation. 2 legs, 2 arms, torso, that sort of thing. One's smaller than the other, but otherwise, you can't tell what they are specifically. You can't even tell what kind of armor they're wearing or anything like that.
So I'm just gonna wait until I hear the others come down as well, and then when they seem to start noticing or turn around, charge ahead, I guess.
Okay, so what I'm going to get you to do is, since you're waiting, to see how stealthy or how loud you are, to see if the people below notice you, you're going to have to make a stealth check.
13.
13?
That's a lot of 13s in a few seconds.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
it's
it
a
is.
13.
It finally sent to me. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're waiting. Okay, so everybody up top, what are you doing?
Well, I'm just asking Explo and Lucius whether they think we should do the plan we had yesterday, or if we should do some more research on how to get rid of possessions.
I like the plan we had yesterday.
Yeah, me too. That's fine. And I mean, with one less person, it's even easier to pull off.
Let's do it.
Lucius just says, as long as we don't end up dead.
Can I be a white mouse? I say, and I look at Lucius.
He goes, polymorph works in however my imagination works. I can make you a pink mouse if you want.
Ooh, rainbow. Make me a rainbow mouse.
I think you should be something that's fitting for the underground in case you were to be spotted.
Yeah.
So
if I
then
look
you
like
would be.
rainbow mouse. They'll think I'm so cute and they won't kill me.
Well, if you still want to be a white mouse, albino mice are common everywhere, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, and second of all, a rainbow mouse would mean good meat. I don't know.
You don't know anything about the ecology of rainbow mice, unfortunately.
We're going deep
But
into
they're
Well, I
very
do
rare.
know they're common.
Most
Though it would
valuable
be
when
noticeable.
captured alive.
That is a thing that would be noticeable. It would be an odd enough thing to see that someone would go, "Oh, look."
A white mouse. How strange.
Well, not a white
Huh.
not a white one. A white one, they might go, "Oh, that's odd," but then they just dismiss it. A rainbow one, however, they'd be like, "Oh."
It's like, ooh, that's very odd, and then just dismiss it.
Well,
Pick
they
it
might
up, put it in a
investigate
jar.
it, is the thing. If they see you, they still might investigate it.
Yeah, they might put you in a jar, cut you up, and all that.
Sure, just make me a regular boring brown mouse then.
Yeah, so basically he can only polymorph you into beasts, he's going to explain. But the appearance of said beast is up to his imagination. So, like, superficial appearance things he can change. So, do you guys just want to be brown mice?
Gray, black.
Well, it's me and Lucius who's gonna turn into mice.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you can
I'm
turn
leaving the
2 people
decision
into
up to
mice.
Explo, which might be a bad idea for me, but
Rainbow.
I mean, if you're serious, he can do that.
Huh?
Okay.
I mean, as long as it doesn't glow.
Yeah, you won't glow. You don't have physical aspects that mice don't normally have, like the ability of bioluminescence or anything.
Well,
But-
they have made mice that do have bioluminescence.
Yes, but that's
Lab.
not something that he would have had been privy to. So, Lucius, that is. So he can make you both mice. The thing is, he can't do anything else, and neither can you. You can just be mice.
I like the rainbow.
Okay. So he
It's a
just
new
makes.
race.
Do
Pride
you want to be like side striped like a car, or do you want to be like all the way around circles?
Cylinder.
Okay. Perfect. That's what they turn into when Howler is ready, of course.
Yeah.
So whenever Howler is ready, he can go in. How long does he want to wait before going in?
Well, we wanted to do the plan and everything. Once we finish that, then I suggest that we stealth in behind the paladin, because if he walked in, then the way should be clear up till we hear some noises, and then we can polymorph and I'll sneak past.
Okay.
Of
So-
course you would abandon me.
So
I mean,
how
you
long
abandoned us.
are you waiting before entering?
Well, after we discussed the plan, and then my suggestion was that we don't turn them into mice until we hear any sort of trouble.
Okay. Yeah, so he's got the spell. He knows how to do it. He can do it at any time. It's just that he wants to know when. So I'll let you guys decide when he does that.
Yeah, we'll stealth in behind the paladin, and once we hear any sort of trouble, we will do the mice.
Okay, so you guys can move your pieces because this part technically does have a map. So
Oh, I actually changed some spell slots for Lucius as well, so since he just had a long rest, so he can turn people invisible now, normally.
Okay.
That's second level, so it's a bit easier.
Thing is that I don't really understand the map, so I'm just gonna follow Ben's token.
Okay.
Just follow the
So
line.
he needs
So-
to move before I move.
Yes,
So
this-
it goes from here
this is
to
a
here,
room.
there to there,
Yeah.
there to there.
So this is a room. This is a room. This is a room. And there's a room down
This
below.
is the ghost.
Yeah, that's where you last saw the ghost.
The ninja ghost.
Yup. That's where you last saw him. So, you move into the first room. It's just as you left it. I mean, other than the fact that some of the dust has been moved because of Zerzkon's footprints, but other than that.
Yeah, we'll quietly make our way down here then, I suppose.
Okay. Make a perception check once you get there.
Perception.
Ooh, 12.
Okay. Okay. And someone might be rolling for Lucius, but 24 is quite high, so I'll start on that. You start listening for some sounds. You hear something muffled quite far away. It sounds like somebody talking, maybe.
From where?
Down.
From which direction? Down?
Yeah, like, it's coming from the staircase, which it leads down.
Okay, so we'd carefully approach them. Just say there's something up ahead.
Okay. You start looking through this doorway, and you don't see anybody to the staircase.
Oh, we look in between the crates and stuff too. Just making sure there's nothing here.
You investigate, there's nobody there.
Yeah.
But you still hear a voice very far away.
If it's very far away, then we will skulk down these hallways.
Yeah, you go down the staircase, and you hear that the voice seems to be coming from over here.
Yeah.
And it seems to be coming from further down. But
Okay.
the way that this place is made, it's cavernous, so it seems to be echoing up.
Yeah. So we get there, and I say that there's something down there
Okay.
to the others.
Is
So
it
if we should
town
do it now, or if we
time
should
to
go
go squeaky
invisible
squeak?
first.
It's up to you guys.
Or are you
What do
gonna
you wanna
abandon
do
the
then?
paladin?
What do you want to do first? Do you want to do all invisible? Do you want to do 2 people mice, or do you want to do your token thing? Have you made your tokens, by the way? Your disguise self thing to make us look like undeads.
Well, if we were going after the plan, then I would have. So that makes 2 tokens then, so 2 spell slots gone.
Yeah. Who are you? Just clear it up. Like, how many tokens have you made, and who has them? 'Cause that might be
You and
important.
Lucius.
Okay.
Because the other guy kind of ran away before I could give it to him, so I didn't even make one.
Okay.
I've
That's
decided
fine.
just to save a spell slot.
Alright. So, you guys have plans made.
So, yeah, what do we do
How
first?
many spell slots does he have to actually polymorph us or invisible us?
If it's invisible, then he can do all 3 of us, and he can do it many times. If it's polymorph, he can do 2 people, and it's twice most. Or he can do a single person more times. But yeah.
Yeah, but then again, if he polymorphs us now, you can carry us and you can make yourself invisible, can't you? With a ring or whatever, if
Yeah,
you find a
once.
magic item. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, I can do it 1 time though.
yeah. But, I mean, I don't know what stealth he has, but mine is not that bad.
What's your stealth?
It's a +5, which is actually kind of good for a guy that's not based on dexterity.
Oh yeah, how did for group stealth it was the average, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, you
if we
guys
go
are doing that. I guess when I get back, you guys are finished then with planning.
You have to switch windmills.
No, I'm going to do something right now because it needs to be done. And by the time I'm back, I guess you guys are done with planning then.
Okay.
Okay.
He needs to feed the donkey that runs, or else they won't have any power.
Alright, so what are you guys doing?
I don't think they have horses in the Netherlands yet.
yeah, I'm
Pretty sure I
thinking
read
it's
that somewhere.
probably best spell slot wise for him to either turn us invisible or to
How many times can he
make
turn
it.
us invisible before he cannot polymorph?
Before he can do polymorphs, and like the invisible thing, if it's us 3, then he can do it many times. Because it's a 2nd level spell, while polymorph is a 4th level.
Okay. So, sure. We'll do that then. I'm guessing it's normal invisibility, that's not
Yeah,
super
it's
duper.
normal. He could do greater, but it would be the same as polymorph, so it's not worth.
Well, that's a 12!
So you have luck if we're actually rolling, but yeah. Normally Matt should say that we're rolling stealth.
I just don't know what you guys are doing. Are you guys walking down stealthily?
Yeah, we
No,
would turn invisible and then walk down stealthily.
Oh, okay. If you're turning invisible, then perfect. Mark his spell slots off,
Yeah,
the appropriate
I got
ones,
it.
and you guys are invisible.
Yeah.
So then that would be stealth checks with advantage, which he already rolled his.
Yeah. That's advantage for Lucius. You also have a luck if you want to use it, but that's up to you.
I have 3 luck. That's 2 12s.
And a 31 with guidance, of course. I would cast guidance right before he casted invincibility.
Okay.
So, yeah. So it doesn't break. So, 34.
Okay, so. Alright. Your stealth isn't that bad. 'cause
15.
Howler dragged your average up. Okay. So, you start walking down, and that would be the point where Zaroskan would have to make a perception check to see if he can notice you.
And it's a 20, 19.3, so.
Yeah, it's
What is your
19
stealth?
because I round to
stealth?
the nearest number. So
Wow.
he has to. Where
Well,
is?
for your sake, Preben, what I'm thinking is that we just have to get into the last room, get what we're after, and leave. We can't fight everything.
Of course. Why do you think we made this plan?
You can try. So Zaroskan perception.
With
He said-
disadvantage. But yeah.
He said that he could try. That we could try in the DM voice that says you can try, but you won't succeed.
That's fine.
Okay,
I
yeah.
have a plan C or a plan
So-
E.
You start getting closer. I'll get you to make a perception check. Anybody in the group who wants to. In the 3 who want to.
Oh,
Which means
that's
Lucius
a
won't.
16, right? I forgot to turn it off.
Okay, so with a 16, you hear the voices getting a little louder. Howler is just focusing on trying to get you guys to be more stealthy. However, because you're making a little bit too much noise. But Explo, you can hear 2 voices down below. The more monotone guy, he's just still trying to convince the squawky guy to be patient and just wait, because that's
Which
what they
means
were
they're
ordered to
just-
do.
Means they're distracted, so it's the perfect opportunity to just get past them.
Hmm.
So that's what we'll try and do, get past them.
Alright. You start walking and you get close to Zaroskan. You see Zaroskan just sort of sitting in the hallway. He doesn't notice you. It's quite dark in here.
Jen, you want to say something to Soskana?
No, and I might reveal our position.
Okay, well, then we keep moving.
Okay. You move past him. He doesn't act like he's noticed you at all. And you continue walking down. And you see Howler, someone that you recognize, the small little guy that hurt you a lot and ran and tried to order the other undead around. He's sitting next to the entrance, and next to him is this guy who is in full plate armor, pure black polished armor, the helmet and everything. You just see 2 glowing beady eyes in the helmet slot for his eyes. And he's just standing there like somebody would naturally be if they were on guard, guarding something. And he's standing in the doorway, in the middle of the doorway, and they're just conversing back and forth, and he's the monotone guy, the bigger guy, and the other squawky guy is the guy who did the bad magic to you earlier.
Yeah.
Bad juju.
Well, I won't say anything because we're being quiet, so I will just. I'm kind of imagining that I am holding both of their hands just to make sure that we know where each other are. So
Okay.
I kind of just drag them past.
Okay.
Well, I can be in the middle. That will leave less footsteps to hear.
Okay. Let's see.
Just carry me like a child between you guys.
Well, actually, you're not that much.
Oh,
shorter
fuck
than
you, you're a
me.
halfling, damn. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, he's not that much taller than you.
Well, he's a little taller.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe by like a foot or half a foot or something like that. Taller than you.
Depends which feet you use.
Technically, it depends on what you discerned that your character's heights were going to be before you made your
Well,
character.
if my hover boots are on, I'm probably just as tall as you.
I actually wrote it down, I think. Yeah, 2.8 feet and 36 pounds when I made a character. And
That's
it was,
actually very short for a halfling, relatively.
yeah, no, fuck the books, they're wrong. Gnomes are super short. And halflings are short.
Halflings are short, yes.
It's probably been a year since the campaign started in game, right?
Well, you're saying you have grown?
Maybe.
It's been about a little less than a year, maybe 6 months, maybe.
6 months. Let's roll a d12. Yeah, I'm 1 year older, so I'm 37 now. Just had to update my bio, you know.
I'm freaking on to that, dude.
Well, I mean,
So,
it could mean the difference between life and death if you encounter an enemy that ages you.
we both have birthday
we have.
in January.
I guess we probably have a birthday very close together.
Let's see which day. It's 31 days. B31.
Because even in the books, there are a few enemies that age you. And depending on how much they age you, you can get debuffs and have to start making constitution saving throws.
Ah, damn it, what did I do wrong?
Slash before.
Yeah, the slash is on the wrong side. Damn it.
And you don't need a 1 if it's a simple dice. Yeah, because you're rolling 1. I think you did that with the other one too, so you actually.
It says rolling 1, and then the rest of it is spaced out of the thing.
Yeah, so you didn't roll on the last one either. So you need to roll d12.
Well,
so you have December.
Yeah, I did it right. December. That sucks.
Yeah.
So I haven't turned 18 years old yet.
You need to wait to that December, you know. It's 6 months from now.
Yeah. Soon I can drive a car.
I like how we just decided we started the campaign on 1st of January. You know, that's that's just how it is now.
I'll let it go. Okay, so...
You just let it go. Maybe we won't demonetize you this session.
Okay. So, you guys walk past the burly guard, and the guy who's complaining doesn't really seem to be paying attention too much.
They also have disadvantage, but yeah, it's fine, they failed.
Yeah, I didn't bother.
So yeah, we move by them, and once we think we're out of earshot, I will motion for them to move a bit quicker, so we don't waste the spell. As quick as possible.
As for an hour.
You guys start moving through this large cavernous area, and since you were paying attention to those two guys at the door, you now look over here towards the exit, and I'll need you to make a perception check, everyone. who's in that
Yeah.
small group.
Just moving them down. We were in this direction. Right?
Fifth.
So that's a perception check. That's a 18. Do you want Lucius or us?
If you're willing to roll it, yes.
Well, I can, but 11.
Okay.
It's a plus one.
So, you guys see a lair. Well, you're not quite that far where you guys are. I'll put you where you are. Approximately here. Right here. You see. Just give me a second.
The blue stuff, what is that?
That's the doorway.
And the red thing, is that a boulder or a...
Altar.
It's like a
What?
podium type thing.
Okay.
You
Where
see.
Jesus resides.
You see like 15. I'm just using the ninja for now. You see like 15 undead creatures just sort of just standing there,
Yeah.
lolling around. They're not really doing anything.
Well, me knowing how little perceptive undeads usually are, I will just lead the people through them.
Okay.
The best way I
I'll
find.
need you to all to make another stealth check because you used your other one on the two guards at the front.
That's
Yeah.
better than 12!
So, that's the same, but I can't get guidance.
Yeah, because if you use it, I think you reveal yourself. So
Yeah. I think I got a 9.
Oh damn, it's probably the same, right?
let me check.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
it's
it be?
exactly the same.
I think it actually
It's
will
the
be
same
exactly
number.
the same.
It's exactly the same. Because I got a 34 last time, and if
And I got a
Lucius takes
15 and he got a 9, so if you take
it's
3 from me...
19.333.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is the same.
Damn, I'm good at math!
I just did it for the formality. So, yeah, the creatures are just sort of lulling. See if they notice you.
Let's pray for no natural 20s.
With disadvantage.
Yeah,
Guess who?
that's number 1.
You didn't switch
Number
windows.
2. That's number 3. That's number 4. And that's number 5. I'm just going to use 5 to represent them. So they did not notice you. We're
you
gonna
feed the donkey?
as you guys start walking into this area, they don't notice you. I'm gonna switch back to Zerskan. Zerskan, you've been sitting there for a while. They haven't shown up. At least that you've noticed.
Should have flipping known with you guys.
I'll just
Oh,
tell
we
you as a
told you.
player, since you weren't there, they snuck past you and you didn't notice. I rolled for your character.
I know. I guessed as much. Well,
It's kind of dark
time-
down here, so they didn't make any
I
noise
did-
as they went past you, and
Yeah.
you just didn't see them.
Yeah, I do have dark vision thanks to Google. So yeah, but fair.
Yeah,
Or
you just
invisible.
either way, your perception didn't roll high enough. You didn't roll high enough
Yeah.
to see them or
Okay.
notice them.
How close? How close did you say I needed to be noticed by these guys?
Well, they're sitting there staring at the stairway, and the way that the stairs are built, there's built like modern stairways. There's a stair, and then there's a platform, and then there's a stair that goes down, and that's one floor. So you have to get about half a floor's worth down to, like, they can look up and see the half floor up easily. So
Yeah, I'm gonna surprise them. Just sit them, staring them at them, and just say the conic war, igniting my greatsword, just watching at them. Big
Okay.
smile, grin on my face, just
are you
watching to
sitting
see
in
what
the
they're gonna
space
do.
where they could possibly see you?
Yeah.
Okay. You lit your greatsword. That's going to get their attention. So
Just to see what they would do.
the big one says, "Oh, I think I see torchlight." And the guy sitting on the floor says, "Ah, fine, I'll go look." And he starts walking up the staircase. And he's got his eyes directly on the light that your sword is currently producing.
Smack him in the face.
How small are we talking is this guy?
Well, if he were a halfling, he'd be small for his size. Or for his race. If he was a halfling.
Wait, is this the Glug and the Crow guy?
Nope.
Huh.
Nope. This is you were gone, but Howler recognized the smaller guy.
Hmm.
But your character wouldn't know that because he didn't
Yeah,
say anything.
all halflings know each other, you know, just like all dragons know each other.
Yeah, just like me knowing Steve in Vancouver.
Yeah,
Like everybody.
You're from Canada, right?
Yeah. He's just down the road in Vancouver from me.
Yeah, I just basically wait until he's close enough to get rushed by me, so to say.
Okay. He starts climbing the stairs, and he gets about halfway up the stairs when he just sort of stops, and he looks like he's about to turn to the guy down the staircase. Do you wish to act? You are within range.
I start chart. I just wait a moment, because I am curious what he's gonna say. If he says, like, to come up, the other guy then just charge ahead.
Okay, he says to the other guy, "You didn't put a torch up there, did you?" The other guy goes, "Of course not. We wanted to see them coming." And the other guy goes, "Just checking." And, do you act yet?
I want him as close as possible, just so that his other friend needs to actually take some turns to get up to me and the other guy.
You're less than 30 feet away.
Yeah, he's about 30 feet, exactly, away from you.
And that other
the
guy
other guy
is
downstairs, I'll let you know, he looks about 80 feet away. Because he's in the door entrance, which is a little further away from the bottom of the stairs.
Okay, I rush the other guy.
Okay.
Just be
he looked
loud.
Like he was about to do something too. As you rush him, I just need to pull up. I should have saved the other one too. But the guy who's in front is going to be the one that's important. So, go ahead. You can charge him and do whatever you want to do to him.
Just grab him.
So you can instantly kill him. That's a good thing you said that.
Well, he can try.
It
depends on what method he wishes to employ and if it's successful or not.
I'm first gonna grab him and then try to see if I can, lift him off the ground.
Okay, you can attempt.
Yeah.
So that's a grapple check since you're trying to grab him.
So athletics
versus
acrobatics or athletics, whichever
yes, I know
you want.
I was just checking which one was better for him because he would do whatever's better for him.
Roll,
it's exactly the same, so we roll again, both. Yeah, you managed to grab him. He looks like he's about to get away, and then you just managed to grab him by his weird cloak. He kind of looks like You know how Gollum looks really deformed compared to other halflings, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
He kind of looks deformed in a similar way. As you grab him, he doesn't look like he has much meat on his bones. But you grab him, so what do you want to do with him? It is a surprise round, so you manage to move up to him and grab him with your movement and your action. So what would you like to do? Or part of your action, at least, to grab him.
So I slowly move him over to the edge of the railing and hang him over the drop and say, wouldn't it be a shame if I just let go?
Okay. The guy at the bottom of the staircase says, no. And he just starts rushing towards you. Is that the end of your turn?
I just tell the guy, better stay or lose my grip.
And he doesn't care. He appears to be on his turn. Whenever his turn comes up, he's going to rush you. Is what it looks like he's preparing to do.
Okay, that's his choice. Drop.
Okay? You drop the guy approximately half a story, which doesn't hurt him.
Half a story. Oh, half a story. Okay, I didn't know it was that low.
Yeah, that's about 5 feet.
Okay. Yeah. That older thing I didn't know it was that low. Use him as a projectile.
Okay, so you're going to attempt to throw him.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. You can do that. But it's an unproficient weapon because you're not proficient in improvised weapons. So it's a ranged attack. You can try to throw him.
That's dexterity, right?
Yep.
Or is it what?
Well, you can. There are strengths, so whichever you would prefer. There are strength throwing weapons, so you can do that if you want.
I think javelins are strength based, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, here we go. Ooh.
You don't hit your target, but he does slam into a nearby wall, which I'll get you to roll for the projectile, not for the target. For the projectile, you can roll 3d6.
Ooh.
Because you are strong, it's just that you threw him the wrong way. Okay.
10.
He takes 10 damage. Alright, and it is now initiative. The other guys are too far away to hear what is going on, because this big room is over a mile long. Or about a mile long. So they're way too far away to hear what's going on.
So I rolled an 18.
Okay, for the enemies, I think they're the same, but I'm just gonna roll that. Okay, and I'm just gonna use the ninja for the turn order here. And he got a 14. Alright, so it's your turn again. The full plate armored guy looks like he's getting ready to rush you, but he doesn't, oddly, have a weapon drawn. And the projectile is laying on the floor prone. And he's approximately 80 minus 30. That's so he's approximately 20 feet away from you. The guy who's on the ground prone.
Yeah, I'm going to that guy and, well, see how quick I can finish him off.
You do have advantage because he is prone.
So let's see. That's an 18.
Let me just double check. Yep, that hits.
Perhaps they're just cast with shadow, perhaps that Well, I don't know what it will do.
Okay. Deal
23.
13 plus 10, it looks like.
Yep.
It's a good thing you chose the element type that you did, because it might not have been as good otherwise. Okay, so he takes 23 damage, it looks like. So it looks like you did a regular amount of damage. You didn't resist it or anything.
Okay, and then second time, since I have 2 attacks, 27, nearly natural. And that is 26.
Okay, let me just check. Yeah, he still looks healthy. Well, compared to what he looked like originally. He's hurt, but he's not bloodied yet. Is what that means.
And I give the big guy something to fight with.
Okay?
The spiritual weapon. Oh wait, that's just 11.
Yeah, he just looks up and the weapon just sort of hits him in the side of the face. He doesn't even hardly move. He does react to it, but he doesn't look harmed.
Okay. Just so that you don't have to wait too long, I say you can do their turn. Just remember the damage they did to me or didn't hit. It's AC 22. And I will be switching machines. If I'm not back in that time, then you can go back to the others in the
Okay.
meantime, I guess.
Okay.
So, see you in a few.
Alright. So, for their turn... Okay, I do have it marked. Good. Because I'm going to have to be switching back and forth between these two things. So...
If you're taking their turn, should I track his AC and HP?
Yeah. Okay. I'll mark it correctly. Okay, there we go. Okay, so for his turn, smaller guy stands up. And he... Okay. Why wouldn't he do this? I need to... Here we go. It's plus what now? Perfect. Okay. That actually misses.
No.
Yep, that misses. And that's all he can do.
Yep.
So I'm gonna move on to the other guy. And he is going to... Yeah, he's gonna do this. He doesn't see any reason not to. I need Sarascon to make a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save?
Yep.
Yep. So...
Okay, he succeeds. So he takes...
Just gonna use his reaction to take non-shield monster. It takes none.
which makes a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage. He can do that.
Wait, did he use a two-handed weapon?
I don't know.
It's a great sword, and he didn't roll a disadvantage, so I'm assuming there's no way to use a two-handed weapon with a shield.
Unless if he's somehow proficient. Like, if I would have given him a special feat or something that allowed him to wield a great sword in one hand, then yes, but no, he does not have that.
Okay. In that case, his AC is 20, and he doesn't have that ability. Just checking.
Okay. So then that means that he still takes the damage.
Yeah. Or half, just because he succeeded.
Yeah. He still takes the half damage, is what I was referring to. So he takes this halved in fire damage. And he takes this halved in necrotic damage.
Okay.
Well,
And
he's dead.
well, he might be if he did full damage, but he did half damage, so he's still fine, I think.
Yeah, he's not bloodied yet.
Yeah, he's still fine. So we're gonna move on to you guys because he's still gone.
Yeah.
You snuck past these undead here,
But
and
you said that whole passage was like a mile long.
this whole room that your character squares are currently in.
Yeah.
That room is like a mile long.
Yeah, which means it would taken us more than an hour to get to the other side, right?
Approximately, but you were running
if you want,
quickly.
If you calculate it, then you can run pretty far. Because if you consider one turn is 6 seconds, you can actually get it quite far in it. And he's back, so we don't have to swap.
Okay.
I'm back in time.
Yeah, you took some damage, and that's it. Nothing
Okay,
How much?
so I'll describe what happened now, since he's not in NPC state. The guy that you were attacking on the floor, he stood up and tried to touch you, but you moved out of the way. It didn't do anything to you. However, the other guy, he still doesn't have a weapon out or anything. He just nonchalantly moved his hand into this position, and a blackened fireball just appeared in his hand, and he just nonchalantly tossed it towards you, and you took half the damage that you can see that I just rolled there. Half of it, the first set is fire, and the second set is necrotic.
Did you roll dex save?
Yeah,
Or anything?
you took half damage.
Oh, I take no damage.
You have a two-handed weapon.
Oh yeah, that's true, my bad.
If you're using a two-handed weapon, you can't use your shield too.
Yeah,
Half
my
of
bad.
The same thing I thought about, but yeah.
So much I'm used to.
So, I think he put the damage on there for you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's your turn.
Yep. See? It's loading, it's loading, it's loading.
There's still the little guy in front of you. And the bigger guy didn't even move. He just stood in the doorway and nonchalantly tossed this flaming thing at you. Luckily, you were near the edge because he didn't want to hit his ally, which was close to you. So you managed to not take too much damage, is how I'm going to describe the reason you managed to not take full damage.
Okay.
Because it had a 20-foot radius. So.
Damn, son.
Yeah, so he aimed it in such a way so that way he didn't hit his ally, but it gave you a chance to move out of the way.
Okay. if my game wants load, which is apparently fairly slow.
Well, what do you want to do?
Well, I would like to attack with the greatsword.
Towards the guy who's next to you, or the guy who's
Yeah,
in the
towards-
doorway? He's approximately 20 feet away from you.
Yeah, towards the small guy.
Okay.
Again, twice.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna reload because it seems to be stuck into saying that I need to have service connection problems.
Yeah.
Which is fairly weird and not true since I'm a perfect connection with Discord.
Perhaps the connection point to Roll20 that you get from Holland is having a problem? I don't know.
I don't know.
But yeah, I've had that problem before.
Mm-hmm.
So you just want to swing with the greatsword? Because I
Yep,
could get somebody else to roll that for you if it's kind of stuck.
Just it's going now.
Okay. Alright.
Oh, what? Okay, it kicked me out of the game for some reason and set me to subscription stuff. Okay, weird.
I don't know.
I guess I clicked it when it was showing the ad for Roll20.
Maybe.
Yes.
Okay, it says he's here.
It's loading in.
Yeah, the ad.
I can see my character. It's loading perfectly fast now.
Okay.
Hopefully it doesn't get stuck. The loading takes a little while, sorry about that.
No problem.
Let's see. Yeah, I say you can roll twice the great sword attack. It should be the
Okay.
second from the top.
Flame Tongue Greatsword.
Yep.
You got a natural 20
Wham.
and
So-
a 13.
Bam. Shank.
I
bang.
will smite on the natural 20.
Okay.
Third level smite.
Okay. So you dealt. This is just on the strike.
Natural 20. Yes.
You dealt 13 plus 5 slashing and 12 plus 7 fire.
12 plus 7 is 19. That's 18. That's 25. 35.
35. That's just the strike.
Mm-hmm.
In the smite. What kind of smite was it?
Divine smite, third level.
Divine smite.
That's the only one that I can say whenever I want to activate it.
I suppose you could do the bonus action too if you wanted.
Yeah, the bonus action is going for that other guy.
Okay, so Divine Smite. I see it there, but I'm not sure if it's the right one. Is it 2d8?
Yeah, no, it's...
Yeah, 2d8.
Against the undead, it's 3d8 plus 1d8 per level, so it's 5d8 and it's double, so it's 10d8.
Okay, so 10d8.
At third level, so that's 5d8, 10d8.
Yeah, just roll 10d8.
Okay. so you deal an additional 44 damage.
Yeah.
Wow. Is he still up?
Yeah, he is.
The answer to that question, he went straight through bloodied, and he is on the ground, not moving.
The big guy.
No, the little
The
guy,
small guy.
because that was
Oh.
the first guy he was hitting. Yeah, he went right through bloodied, and he is on the ground, not moving.
Well,
He just
I move.
screamed a very annoying, scratchy, voiced scream, and he is not moving.
Yep, move up to the other guy.
Alright. He
And then
is...
do the same.
What save?
Well,
Guys,
what are you doing? What are you
Oh.
doing to him?
I
Just moving
move
up to him?
Move up to him and then do a strike. Let's see if I hit. For a 20.
Alright, 20. Let me just double check. Because this guy has plate armor and everything, so... he
That's
actually has-
18.
you just barely hit him. Because he has an
Ooh.
armor class of 20, and he technically has what is classified as a shield on his arm.
Okay. So yeah, that hits. That's for 18. No, 19.
Alright.
And then I will also give him some extra medicine.
Okay.
For 15. So 18 plus 15. Making 23. 33.
Alright. He is not bloodied,
Oh,
but
did
he is hurt.
Did I, yeah, did I forget to mention also spiritual weapon? Please hit, please hit. Yes, it hits.
No, wait. Spiritual weapon is part of your bonus action, isn't it? To swing?
Yes.
Yeah, it's your bonus action to swing, and you use your flame tongue to attack him with your bonus instead.
No.
Do you have 3 attacks?
technically-
I have 2 attacks.
You swung twice at the other guy. Oh, wait.
Did I? The natural 20 said downed him in one go.
Yes, and then I rolled a second attack, which was 13.
Yeah, but if that first thing first downed him, then
It would have been
Why
a 13
attack?
against the other guy.
yeah, but I mean, if then 29 already killed him,
Yes. Then you walked over to the other guy and swung for 13. Which
oh,
misses.
okay. I see. So then all the damage nullified,
Okay.
except the spiritual weapon.
Okay, the spiritual weapon hits, which is fine.
That's 8.
Okay. He gets hit by it this time, and he just grunts angrily as it just sort of smacks him in the face. He's not moving much. And that's your turn.
Yeah, now he can't do his magical fireball.
Yeah, unfortunately, he can only do that once. Because I think I have a feeling you looked up what he is.
No,
Yeah, he doesn't
'Cause
have
I-
the ability
no.
to do that again.
because I have no clue what he is.
Fair enough, but he can only do that once. So, his next move. Okay. He should have done that earlier, but that's okay. Doesn't need to do that now. He is going to cast. Okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw, one of my better things.
I don't see it yet. If you rolled it.
It's coming. Wisdom saving throw. For a total of 18.
Okay. I need to check something here. Because with spell casting enemies. Okay, you got an 18?
Mm-hmm.
You just barely saved. His DC is 18. He just looks at you and he says, "Why do you move around so much?" And he just holds his hand out towards you. And you feel as though you're just about to stop moving. However, you manage to just barely muscle through it. And he's just sort of staring at you. But
So,
that's his
my
turn.
turn.
That's
Yeah.
all he can do.
So, I'll show you why I move, and then the 20 that hits. For a total of 20, not of 19, not 29 there.
Okay,
Then
he takes that damage.
Second attack. Nearly natural. For also 19. But also on top of that.
Okay. Yeah, he's getting hit by it. And it is hurting him.
For 13.
13? 13 total?
No, 13 plus 19. That's 20. That is. The plus the 1 plus. For the 19 plus 1 is 20, plus 10 is 30, plus 2 is 32.
Okay. Let's see.
So that's for the second attack. First attack was 19. Second attack is 32.
Yeah, I got it.
Spiritual weapon.
He
Nope.
deflects it off of his armor. And he sees that you managed to resist it, even though you weren't expecting it, so that means you're strong. So he's not going to do that again.
Oh no, now I'm a scary guy.
Well, he's just not going to do the same thing that he did before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me just double check. This is why I don't normally use spellcasters, because they...
Have so much on their page.
Yes.
Know my pain, damn it.
Here it is. I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Are you sure you're asking that of a paladin?
He's doing it.
Okay. Please don't be low, please don't be low. 19?
You just barely managed to save again. His save is 18, so you got one over.
Mm-hmm.
You would have had to roll super low in order to fail. But he says, "Why don't you just go away?" And he waves his hand at you. However, you don't go away.
Punishment.
He's just staring at you.
Okay, let me ask this. We are on staircase, right?
No,
Or
now
on
you're
the-
on flat ground. Because he
Okay,
was just standing in the doorway and he didn't move.
Okay, just double checking.
You ran up to the other guy, which you tried to throw at him, and then you stabbed him to death, and then you're running over to him to try to kill him.
21 that hits.
Yep.
That's for 25.
Okay.
Then second time. Ooh, that misses.
Yeah, after that hit, he is now considered bloodied.
Okay, let's see if I can make him a bit more bloodied. Ooh, that also misses.
He's just standing there, and sometimes when you hit him, you can tell that it's just not doing anything. But he's reacting to it as if he's getting hit. It's just that it's not hurting him. His plate mail, he's depending on his plate mail more than maybe someone should. So he's just standing there trying to absorb the attacks. However, you are hitting him quite often. So, he continues to watch you. He sees that you are good at dealing with what he's trying to do to you, which he doesn't enjoy. So, he is going to instead draw. No, he's going to do this. I need to look that up. Magic. Should be after this. Nope. Should be on this page. Here we go. Oh, well, that isn't going to help him. So never mind. He's just going to draw his weapon. Finally. Because he's now realizing that he needs to deal with you. So. That you're not just some chump. So. He's going to roll.
When you don't have the shield equipped, have you thought about your AC as well? Yeah.
Wow.
No.
He strikes with. He pulls out a long sword, and he attempts to strike you with it. Oh, wait. He can do this 3 times. None of them hit, however, because he's rolling super crappily. And he says, "Just stop moving." As he each time he tries to hit you, he utters one word. And he just doesn't hit you. What do you wish to do?
Show him what it takes to actually take me down, I guess. 26.
Yes, that hits him.
For 21. And then 18.
18 misses, unfortunately. He has plate mail, and he has like this weird guard on his arm that he's using as a shield.
Special weapon. That's 20.
That just barely hits him.
Come on. Come on. For 12. Max damage. No, not max damage. Nearly.
Almost. He's still standing, however. And he sees that this isn't going well. Let's see. I missed an ability he has. That's a shame. Oh well. He instead, he's going to, he moves away from you, and he's not disengaging.
Bad choice. Ooh, 15.
And you just hit his plate armor, and he's just kind of like a Terminator-esque walk away from you. He's just walking back. He moves 30 feet, and he just points at you again and says, "Stop moving." I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
26.
Doesn't work. So you feel as though you are almost compelled to stop moving, however, it doesn't work. However, he's only 30 feet away from you, so it is your turn.
So I move up to him and then just, as I move to him, I just point to him, how about you stop moving? Because I need him to make a wisdom save.
Okay.
Spell DC 17.
He does not make it.
And that's my turn.
Okay.
Since it's an, oh wait, I moved 20 feet closer with my spiritual weapon, so that's still 10 feet away.
Yes, and you can be standing right next to him if you want with your movement.
Mm-hmm.
He can't move? Oh wait, let me just double check something.
At the end of his turn, it can try again.
No, I just need to check something. You cast Hold Person on him, it doesn't work.
Oh. Okay.
Because he's an undead.
Okay, that's fair.
So, you still get within range of him, though.
Yeah, I can't attack.
Yeah, but you're still within range of him. If you want. If that's what where you want to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he moves, he has to, again, disengage to move away.
He is not going to do that. He just moves away.
Just moves away, okay. 12.
He deflects it with his armor. You can see why a regular person wouldn't be able to kill this guy and why he wasn't worried originally. His armor is very sturdy. However, he continues to move away, and he gets 30 feet away, and he is going to point at you. And I'm just gonna double check something. Nope, too far.
Wait, you said he was an undead?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Good.
He's undead, which is why you've been doing extra damage. It's considered a monster, so you'd have to use Hold Monster.
Yeah, and for that radiant damage of my Divine Smite, that plus radiant undead, plus you did add that extra +5, right?
I was adding all the extra damage you were telling me to add, yes.
Okay, then. Yeah, I forgot to inform you about just 5, that's it.
Okay. 5. Okay. He's still up, it wouldn't have mattered.
Okay.
But thank you for telling me. Here it is. Okay, I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay, wisdom saving throw.
As he says to you, flee.
5, oh.
No, flee. F-L-E-E.
Wisdom save.
Unfortunately,
V5, oh.
yeah, unfortunately, you do not flee. It is your turn.
Move up to him. Oh,
13
come on.
misses. 28 hits him, though.
That's 17. Plus. Because I'm not gonna let him get away. Plus 8, so that's 25 total damage.
Okay. He's still up. He's hurt, but he's up. He's
I
very
can.
hurt.
Yeah, and my sword's now 20 feet away. Divine Smite. I mean, my special weapon.
Yep. He attempts to move away from you again.
Gosh,
Very
you
difficult.
really should learn.
He deflects the strike. And,
Just a question, the others are still not hearing this.
no, they're like a mile away.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
They literally just abandoned me.
Yeah, they're super far away.
You abandoned us first, dude.
Yeah, he just sort of ran ahead. But anyway, regardless, he moves back and he needs this to work. So he says to you again, flee. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh. Come on. Nope.
Okay. You repel the compulsion to run away.
I'm taking a guess here. You are thrown against me at. Because the only thing I can really think of that with such a high in AC is a Death Knight.
Well, why don't you try and kill him and then, or you can try to identify him with your character. You could have done that before you started attacking him, but
Yeah, but I did, but I failed at it.
so you can try to identify him if you want.
Nah, I'm first gonna take him down.
Okay.
So move up again. Strike.
Natural 20. Let me just
That's
see here.
18. And there's 18, 12. That's 30.
30.
18 plus. No, wait, that's. No, that's not 18. That's. Yeah, that is 18. Plus 12 is 30.
Yeah. He is on the ground, no longer moving.
Oh, I just move him a little bit. Just put my feet against him, move him a little bit to see if he's actually dead.
He's not moving. You push him with your foot and he doesn't react. He just sort of fell to the ground, like as if all of a sudden he just became an inanimate object.
Well, time to see what he is or what it is.
Alright, you can examine him.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you advantage because you are a paladin. And this is an undead creature.
Mm-hmm. What do I roll?
Arcana.
Arcana. Ooh. 12.
Not sure. But he was pretty powerful and he had pretty heavy armor. If you want, you can take the armor. Because he's not
Eh.
moving.
Nah, my own armor is just as good.
Alright. He does have a long sword. It's not magically enchanted. Or at least it doesn't appear to be at first glance. It was just a regular longsword.
Yeah, I never got struck with it.
Yeah. He has the longsword, and he has this weird thing that's built into his armor that looks like a shield.
If I were to take this weird shield thing, would I be able to wield a great sword with it? Or use the shield?
Unfortunately, no. If you were to wield a greatsword, the shield would be in a useless position.
Okay. Yeah, then I take the long sword with me, and then go back to check over the small guy.
Alright, you walk back over to the small guy. He has a cloak, which is sized for a halfling. And he has a bag of spell components.
Take the bag of spell components.
Alright. Done and done.
And what is the small guy?
You can try to do the same thing. He's an undead as well, so you can make an arcana at advantage.
I think it's a good thing I took out the small thing first.
Well, you can have a look.
17.
This is a lich.
Excuse me?
However, since you know that he'll come back.
This one is a lich.
Yep.
He will come back in his phylactery. I don't know where his phylactery is.
Exactly. However, with this information, the fact that a lich is taking orders from something is unusual.
Highly.
Usually they're the ones that are at the end of the dungeon giving the orders.
So it must either be bigger and stronger.
Or perhaps the necromancer's artifact is quite powerful.
And then we have our mystery event. I don't know what it is. My curiosity has been piqued and I want to try again.
Okay, you can look it over again. However, you don't get advantage this time.
That's very fair. Don't fail me now. 12 still.
Unfortunately, it looks familiar. You've seen things that look like it before in your studies of the undead. However, you're not sure. It could just be a regular undead that was abnormally strong. So you're not sure.
Well, time to see if I can find the rest and not be blind.
Alright. You start moving ahead. And now we're going to switch to the other group for a bit. Alright,
Yeah.
everybody else. You guys are headed down the hallway. You're just about to reach where the those flaming skulls were before.
Didn't the flaming skulls be dealt with, even the reborn thingy?
Sorry? I think I missed.
Weren't they dealt with? Like, didn't they get smited and shit?
Those skulls were never dealt with.
Okay, so I guess we'll hurry up to that place and then we'll sneak past them, because we know where they are.
Okay. You move to that spot, and I'll need everybody who is there to make a perception check.
Sure.
14.
Alright.
Perception, that's Lucius, and that's me.
Alright, Howler. As you are leading your friends towards the staircase, you notice that there are things on the ground now where those skulls are. The skulls are still there, but there's now things on the ground. It seems like when you kill or attempt to kill their entire attack group, it seems like they started preparing.
Okay. Well, I think it's good that we see them up here, so there'll be less down there, I assume.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I will. If there's thing on the ground, like in the ground or just walking around?
There's some undead creatures. You're not sure what they are, but they seem to be making shambling sounds and a couple of them are walking back and forth. Some of them are just standing in the middle.
So yeah, we'll just try to sneak our way past them.
Okay. You all need to make stealth checks with advantage. Because you are invisible.
Yeah, one for you as well, Explore. That's pretty good. So 23 average.
I'll just double check it for formality.
It's 10, 20, 30. It's the same last number.
Yeah, it is 23. You're right. So here's what's gonna roll.
With disadvantage.
Yep, they're still not very observant, however.
I'm more worried about the flaming skulls.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nothing came close.
Even though with a nat 20, they can't spot us with a -3 actually. Because that would be a
However, I think the flaming skulls I can check.
Yeah, they probably don't have a -3.
Yeah, it's not gonna be the same.
Probably have the plus because they're flying, you know. They're observant.
Yeah, they do. And I actually just typed in a number to guess in case it took me too long. And it was the right number. It was the right number.
When you play D&D too fucking long.
1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, there was 5 of them. However, they still don't spot you.
Oh, this is such a good plan. We're so good at planning.
I mean, what the hell could go wrong?
Zerscon is just gonna go behind you and kill everything.
Best.
I mean, if that clears the way out, I don't have a problem with that.
No, I'm not. I'm looking for them.
Well, he did really well. He killed 2 enemies that you as a group should have had a hard time with. So.
And me, I'm just like.
Which means that we've been so careful all the way. Snuck past everything. All the traps at the thingamajig that we need. Dismantled. We have the thing. We cast invisibility. We go back. And it's just blood everywhere. And a very tired Sarah Scott in the middle. Just covered in blood and goo.
Yup.
Took you long enough.
However, you do sneak past them.
Yeah. And then, because I've been there before, I should know the next place to watch out for, since it's kind of a tunnely area. So
Yep.
Are we nearing where you stole the golden door?
Where I stole
the golden door. Oh, you guys passed that a while ago.
Oh yeah, that's a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
That was in the necromancer's lair, which you currently are not in anymore.
And I didn't steal it; it was a gift.
You found it.
You crushed his leg in the process.
Yeah, that was his fault.
I mean, most robberies don't even go that badly, where you have to hurt somebody.
Well, he shouldn't have had the leg in the first place. That wouldn't have been a problem.
Either way. So you guys sneak past there. The next place that's going to be important is the next open area.
Yeah. Is there anything there, or perceptions?
I'll get you to make perceptions.
Yeah. So forgot to refresh Lucius's health.
21.
Perception for Lucius, that's 20. Perception for me, that's 14.
Well, since X-Blow got the highest,
Yeah.
he, for some reason, gets a little bit ahead of you guys, and he can see into that large room where you first met the Lich and the large mole that he was using as a mount for some reason. And in this room, sort of in like, when you play pool, the triangle formation that the balls are in when you start? In that triangle formation, there's about 20 undead creatures just sort of standing there.
Yeah.
You're not sure what they are, but they're all just standing there.
We'll stick, kind of just move around them. Stay ways away from they don't spot us easily.
I mean, the plan worked great so far. Why?
Yeah, we'll get
do
past.
anything differently?
Well,
We're
I
so
mean,
they actually find us.
if all three of you get super unlucky,
how about a 35? 40.
A natural 20.
yeah, that I'll say. Okay, let's see what happens.
23.
Oh no, damn, that's 21. It blows the average. Remember the +5 for the quit.
Yep.
If only I could do the bullshit and say I'm gonna play a trumpet to get their attention.
You're not in the group, so unfortunately you can't.
And you're not a bard, so you can't play trumpets.
Says who?
Well, he can play it badly. No one said he had to play it well.
Yeah, I never specified I was good at it. I just said I play a trumpet, not I'm good at it.
It would sound horrible and get their attention even more. But either way, so with that, just so you know, your average is 28. So, the undead have 0 chance of seeing you, so I'm not even going to bother rolling.
We'll just keep that stealth, if that's fine. For the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the undead cannot.
The rest of the whole campaign, let's just keep that stuff.
No, I'm not, no.
You try to talk to your allies and they can't see you. Later on in the campaign. Either way, you walk past them.
Yeah.
They just sort of seem to be staring at the entrance that you guys just walked through.
And I saw this hallway in the distance, far away, last time I was here, that I looked down. I want to go in that direction, get the group that way.
Okay, so first, you get to the big room, the large open area, which is quite large. The room with the scaffolding and the mushrooms and the blue ichor that the undead seem to be harvesting. However, this room seems to be a lot more active than it was the last time you were in here.
Yeah, everyone's out here now. The other places are clear. It's fine.
Yeah, in here, you see where you saw that one undead that you tried to communicate with. You now see like 15 undead just sort of building up this scaffolding. And they're trying to get to this blue ichor that's dripping from the ceiling. It's glowing a fluorescent blue. You're not sure what it is, but everybody else can have a chance to look at it and see if they can identify what it is.
Do you know what it is? I explore.
What kind of check would that be? Arcana, nature?
Arcana or nature would apply.
What would you rather recommend? Because it's same plus.
It's up to you. They give you slightly different information depending on which one you roll. So do you want a magical context or do you want a natural context?
Well, my magical context sucks, so I'm gonna see if the nature context is better, which is even worse. I have no idea what this is. It's some kind of fungi that glows in the dirt.
Yeah, that's what he
Perhaps
said.
it's
That's what he said.
perhaps it is for a fun guy.
Well, either we make a distraction and tip over the scaffolding, or we keep moving.
Yeah, that was just one of the scaffolding. There's
Oh,
like
okay.
15 other things of scaffolding.
Well, this should be a
Could
huge
we make a
room.
domino effect?
You
But
can
then
try.
again-
You can try.
Nah, I don't want to waste the 28 in stealth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
is there any way that, because this is a huge area, right? Can't we just stay far enough away from people so they won't spot us?
it's a highly foot trafficked area, is what I'm saying. There's lots more undead in this area than there was before.
Even at all the edges and corners of the room?
They're not everywhere, so you can succeed in stealthing, is what I'm saying. But it is busier in here, so it's going to be slightly harder to get through here than it was before.
Yeah, but is there like at the edges of the room and stuff? Wouldn't there be more
So
spaces for us to go?
let me describe this a little better, and then I'll answer your question if you still have it. You're on top of like a plateau, like a platform that's above, like in a cave. It's all made of stone. So there's like a flat area up here that is approximately 90 by 60, 90 by 60, and you can walk up to the edge. There's mushrooms there, that one of which you hid behind before. Bioluminescent mushrooms. And you just walk forward. You did before, and there's like a ledge that goes down into a cavernous area, a huge area. There's scaffoldings that are built like 4 or 5 stories high to get from the cave floor down there to get to this ichor that's on the ceiling. So it's about 50 or 60 feet high.
Yeah, but how wide and stuff is it? Because I'm assuming there's not as much.
Approximate measurements, 200 by 300 feet.
Yeah. So if it's 200 feet, then I'm imagining there's not, like, they're concentrated somewhere, either around the scaffolding or on a way
They're
going up.
Imagine like roads, like little veins of people moving from the scaffolding to. A lot of them are going into the area that you were interested before, which is north from your current position. Let's say that you're on the south end of this map. So you're on the south. They're heading north, most of them. However, there are smaller groups going east and west down different caverns. And it seems like they're using these undead lizards and moles and stuff to help them haul big minecart-like things, containers of this stuff to go to different locations.
We just go to the edges, because there's not many people there. There might be patrols every now and then that goes into the caverns. But if we just wait from a safe distance until they pass, and it sounds clear, then we can go.
Yeah, so it's up to you what you want to do. But first you have to find a way down into the cavern if you want to go down there.
Yeah, we're going down to the cavern.
Okay, so you can. There is a scaffolding close to the edge that you can climb down. However, it's like a 10-foot wide board that you would have to be walking on, and 5 feet of it is taken up by the board that goes down. If you know what scaffolding looks like, there's a board that goes down so you can get to the next floor, and then you have to walk around it and go down the next board.
Is it empty so we can use it, or is it trafficked?
It seems like they're collecting the blue ichor, and they're going up and down it constantly.
Is there any room for us to go down it or no?
There's room, but you would have to walk very close to certain undeads. So they would. What I'm going to tell you is they're going to have advantage to spot you.
Still have a 28.
Yeah, well, can't we just climb down?
You can climb down, but you would need a thing to climb down with. Unless if you're willing to take a 30-foot fall.
I don't need to climb down. I have rocket boots.
Yes.
But
make noise.
How
Yeah, that
high
would
did you
make
say?
noise.
It's 30 foot, so it's at most 3d6. So I say we just climb safely, so spot us. Yeah, that would also reveal us.
It was.
That would reveal us. Like, it would break invisibility.
Yeah. If you cast a spell, that breaks invisibility.
Wait, this cavern is like 60 feet high, right?
It's 60 feet high. However,
I have a new plan.
You're on a platform that is 30 feet above the lower platform below.
Do you have a ladder?
How long is levitation? Let me check that.
20 feet, up or down.
Yeah, but how long does it last? Levitate?
20 feet up or down.
No, that's not what I'm asking. How long does it last? It's up to 10
The
minutes.
duration of the spell is what he's asking for.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
so if it's 10 minutes, then technically Lucius could polymorph the two of you. You could cast levitate on me, and I could just go invisible with my ring, and I could levitate all of us across in the air, so nobody would see anything because we're invisible, flying in the air.
Yeah, it depends on how long the spell is.
10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, you can float above. However, the caverns that they're walking in are about 10 feet high, so you would have to lower yourself to go in them.
You have to go in all the way on at the other edge, right?
Yeah, you'd have to get to the edge of the cavern, yes.
Yeah, but that's
200 feet away.
Yeah.
And it depends on how fast you can move while levitating.
Well, it's a speed of 20, so...
Yeah, you could get there within 10 minutes easily. And still have the spell active. But that's up to you. Depends on what you guys want to do.
That's what I'm thinking, actually.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, because we'll fly up in the air and then be above everyone, and they won't really have a chance of spotting us.
I also have spider climb. Yes, so you know.
Yeah, I mean spider climb. How long does that last?
I think it's an hour.
Then I'll take it.
Yeah, the way that you have your spells set up, Explode, they don't have the durations written on them.
For some fucking
Yeah, it's
reason.
1 hour, so that's actually better, because then I can, because I'm super stealthy, so I can stealth at the roof.
He is super stealth.
Yeah.
However, like you said, if he casts Spider Climb, he becomes visible. No one else does, but he does. So he would have a harder time stealthing unless someone cast invisibility on him again.
Well, then again, if Lucius casts invisibility on me again, does that make he's visible?
Technically, if he can target multiple people with it, then he can target himself again and make himself invisible constant.
Because I do have 3 level 2 spell slots, which means I can give us all Spider Climb if it's not concentration.
It is concentration, I think. Yeah.
Well, in that case, I can only give one of us.
Yeah, it depends on how many targets you can target.
Oh, you can make coins, so we can. Well, yeah, but then Lucius wouldn't be able to concentrate on his thing. So yeah, it doesn't work. But yeah, I say if you cast Spider Climb, I can just stealth further into the building on the roof of the building, because that would be much easier.
Okay.
Don't be ceiling.
Sounds like
You
good.
cast Spider Climb, Lucius cast Polymorph after to get the two of them into rats. I pick them up and I go invisible with my ring.
I thought we agreed on Rainbow. Rainbow.
Yeah, rainbow rats, whatever. You're going in my pocket, which will then turn you invisible.
Maybe you could just turn us into crickets.
And since
Not
they
that-
are separate creatures, if they poke out of your clothing, they will be visible.
Yeah, which is why they won't, right, Explode?
So they have to remain in your clothing. Otherwise, they
Yeah.
will reveal themselves.
As long as
Just button up the pocket.
I will just put 1,000 platinum pieces on each of them. They'll stay there.
Can't.
Forever and ever and ever.
Their
Because they're dead.
rib cages are crushed instantly, and they die.
It's
Fine.
fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Well, we don't die. We just turn into regular forms.
And rip his clothing.
Yeah. So you're naked on the ceiling alone. And scared.
Okay, so what are you guys going to go through with this?
We're gonna
That's
do
what you
that.
wanna do.
What we're doing.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna roll some perception checks because while you're doing this, there is a short duration where certain people are visible. So
Well, we would have done it while hidden because we just stealth.
yes, so you get to roll a stealth, however, not with advantage because you'll be visible, and certain people will have a chance to see you while
We'll
this is
just
happening.
go somewhere they can't see us then before we do it.
You can try.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll go somewhere they can't see us.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
What's your investigation, Explore?
This many.
What?
He has a +9, so it's probably the best in.
Yeah, I will help you.
Okay, so he's
So
helping.
roll an advantage.
Alright. You find a mushroom that has a small hollow space in it. So anyone who is visible for any amount of time, they could hide in there. It's only big enough for a small creature, however.
Only Explo will be visible for like some few seconds. And that's it.
Mhm.
So that's what happens.
Okay. You go there and he turns visible. And
Damn it. I was hoping we would all fit into the mushroom. As soon as we turn visible, I'd say, "Welcome to the fuck cave."
unfortunately no. So, you all become visible, or you all do
No.
change forms and everything and get into your proper locations. And now what? Now what do you wish to do?
Now I have spider climb and I'm invisible, so I'm gonna stealthily run up to the roof and
I'm gonna
run.
stealthily dash.
Yes. I will do my stealthy dash.
Stealthy
coming
dash.
out.
Oh, stealthy dash, that would mean a regular walk.
Yeah, pretty much, but a bit more than that because I have a bonus action dash as well.
Okay. You dash across the ceiling. I'll need a stealth check, however.
Yeah. And hopefully there's not that many people in the ceiling.
Oi, what
I'll
you doing
confirm
here up
that
here?
there isn't many in the ceiling.
Yeah. You only have the Australian vampires to worry about.
And the ghosts and the moles that have dug into the ceiling. There's all kinds.
I don't believe in mole people.
Even though you've seen them. Anyway, okay, so 33.
Old people are just like giraffes. They're fucking myths.
Okay, so from your perspective, you're hidden. That's all I can tell you about stealth, unfortunately. That's how stealth works.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you're on the ceiling. There are 3 caverns that I pointed out. If you want to look for something else, you can. If you want to investigate which one would be more likely towards your goal, you can ask me those questions.
Sure. I'll I go through because I'm assuming I don't spot any threats on the roof, so I'll just look for all the 3 ways, see if there's anything special with them.
Okay. And yes, you don't see any threats on the roof. And
Yeah,
you
that's all I
think that
need.
you're stealthy, so you think that if there were, they don't see you.
Yeah.
So, which of the 3 passages do you want to go first to check? There's one east, there's one west, and there's one north. The one that's going north has more foot traffic.
No, I'll not go through any of them. I'll just see if there's
which one do you want to
anything,
check first to go look at?
As I move through, I'll just look at the east and west, but I won't really go close and investigate.
Okay, that's a perception check to see if you see anything interesting.
That's a 20.
Okay.
Not 21.
That's okay. So with a 20, you look east and you look west. The one to the east, they appear to be hauling some of this blue ichor there. That was to the east. So the east one has, inside the blue ichor, you notice that there seems to be some sort of metal handle sticking out of the blue ichor.
Handle.
Yeah, you're not sure what it is because you're quite far away.
Yeah,
and I'll give you one to the west because you rolled quite high. The thing to the west, you notice some sort of biological material, like hair or something, like a chunk of like skin with hair on it sticking out of the blue liquid in the cart going that direction.
Okay. In any case, I will go to the north way then.
Okay. Fine with me. You start going towards the north direction. Do you walk through, or do you not do anything?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll see on the way, but yeah, I'll walk through.
Okay, I'll need you to make a stealth check. Because luckily you survived the things on the ceiling, apparently.
Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing in the ceiling. I didn't see anything. That's a 32.
Okay. You continue into this tunnel. You wait for one of the large mole-like creatures that's pulling one of the carts to go past, and the undead guarding it. And you manage to get past them. Or you manage to let them pass, and then you go in right after them. So you're sort of standing...
stick to the roof.
Okay,
even
go
in
ahead.
This cavern. I stick to the roof even in this cavern.
Okay, that's fine.
So.
You're still walking on the roof of this cavern. They seem to be leading this cart down whatever this route leads to. And you start, like you were walking on stone when you started in here. Suddenly you're walking on wood.
Yeah.
You can tell by the change in sound.
We're getting closer.
And you look up, like, well, it's down from your perspective because you're walking on the ceiling, but you're looking upward towards the ceiling. And
towards the floor.
And you see something that looks familiar. Something that has trapped your companions before. It seems like this entire tunnel is now made out of these weird roots that you saw before.
This entire chamber?
The entire cavern, like the walkway that you're going through, changes from stone or something similar to this wooden cylinder that is made out of the roots that seem to be curling around to create a hallway to somewhere. You're not sure where.
Okay, I'll look down towards the rat, and then I'll just think, well, they're not gonna respond, so I might as well go. And I'm assuming it's the right direction because there's fucked up shit there. So I'm just gonna move. So I'm gonna step so carefully. Hopefully the plants won't notice me.
Okay, you can make a stealth check. Another one.
I'll move very stealthily on the plants. With a 34.
Okay.
Almost a natural.
You do every once in a while as you're walking notice one of the roots sort of twitch slightly, and it makes you think that you're caught for a second, but then it just stops twitching and nothing happens. So you just continue on, and you walk for approximately 10 minutes, and you reach a larger open cavern that is made out of this wood. And you see that in this cavern, it appears that there are these the containers that they're using. They're like these rounded containers with um, wooden structure on them. They kind of look like large wooden bowls that are in this like wooden structure, like harness that attaches to whatever beast of burden they're using, and it has wheels on the bottom, so that way they can pull it a little easier. And they're walking over towards this big wooden thing that's is very large and round, approximately 30 feet in radius, and it's attached to the ceiling and the floor by these roots, and they're dumping this blue stuff at the bottom of this thing, and the roots just sort of siphon up this blue ichor up into this round ball made of wood and roots and other things that you're probably not sure about. And every time that a little bit of this blue ichor goes up into this wooden ball, it just pulses slightly with blue energy, and then it just retracts, and then it pulses again and retracts, pulses again and retracts. And it seems like they're just using a steady stream of these creatures to go and get the stuff, and then they're going back down the tunnel you just came from to go get more.
Okay, so this is somehow powering under the trees, I assume. But is there anything else here, or any way through?
There is nothing else in this room other than the big pool of blue ichor, the creatures that are single file coming in to load this stuff onto the wooden structure in the middle, and this wooden structure that is pulsating in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
The cavern's about from one side to the other. It's a rounded cavern, and from one side to the other, it's approximately 70 feet from one side to the other.
Yeah, but there's no sign of any place where it would be natural an artifact would be kept, or any creatures that seem to guard something of that sort.
There are creatures guarding that wooden structure in the middle, but other than that, there isn't really anything in this room.
There's nothing other than that.
There's no Scrooge McDucky vault.
Nope.
Yeah, we'll go back and go through one of the other paths then.
Okay. So you go back through. That takes you another 10 minutes to get through.
Yeah. So then we'll go to the east path.
And so that took you about 22 minutes approximately to do what you just did.
Yeah, we'll go to the east path then.
Okay, so which path are you going to go down?
The east. One with the weapon handle.
50-50 chance.
Okay, well, the one with the handle and the ichor? Okay, you start going down there, and I'll get you to make a perception check, Howard.
Perception check. Let's see. That's the perception. So 23.
Alright, you look in the ichor, and the handle is definitely that of like a sword or something, like a hilt. And it seems to be sticking out of the ichor.
Okay.
Has the necromancer actually described what the item you're trying to
Yeah,
find
he
looks
has.
like?
Yeah, so it's not this. But
Yeah.
does the sword look magical, you know? Because it's probably a trap, but if it's a good trap, then I'll buy it.
Make an Arcana check.
Arcana check. 14.
Even with a 14, you sense that the Ichor has some sort of magical properties, and there must be a reason why they're putting the weapons inside it.
Okay, so not the weapon inside, more the acre. In that case, I will move on.
Okay, so do you wish to go down that path?
Yeah,
Okay. You start going down that path. Make another stealth check.
another stealth check. That's 40.
Perfect. So, at that point, I need you to make a perception check.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't get a 40 there. 17.
Okay. So this time, you see what looks like bones hanging from the ceiling. You also see bones hanging off the wall of this cavern. And you also see bones sticking out of the floor.
Okay, so there are bones everywhere.
Yeah, and they're just hauling the stuff right past them.
Yeah.
So what would you like to do at this juncture? Anything?
Well, hopefully I was going to get past them or see what's in the end.
Okay. You begin to move past them, and as you walk past the bones, you see the head of a mole creature just sort of peek out from the dirt and stone that comprises this cavern, this hallway-like cavern.
Yeah.
And it seems to have noticed something, but it doesn't see anything. So then it just digs its head back in to the ground.
Yeah. And I will keep moving. Hopefully it won't spot anything with 40 stuff.
Alright. And you walk past some of the other bones, and a similar thing happens. Different mole creatures in different states of decay are just sort of looking at where you should be from their perspective, but they don't see anything.
If it helps, I'm
Clever
walking
sense.
on top of the bones. I will try to avoid them as best I can. Not just
Okay, yeah.
if it matters.
They still notice. They still notice that something's happening, and they sort of sniff the air nearby. But you rolled such a high stealth that they can't possibly notice you. So
You actually stealth your body smells.
Yes, I do it every day.
So the mole creatures that were guarding this particular cavern can't notice you. So you walk right on past them. And I need you to make another stealth check.
Okay. That's a 32.
Alright. You continue walking on the ceiling and you make it to another cavern. This cavern contains tables and undead working at them. Some of them look like they're professional artisans, even though their head is snapped back, and their arms are still doing professional artisanry work, like making weapons and armor and other things. They look definitely dead, but they're doing artisanry, various trades and skills. Some of them are making bows, some of them are making other weapons, and armor and other things. And it seems like they're putting the weapons and armor into this Ichor, which then they haul out of this room and go into that other room. You're not sure why.
So there's another room here.
Yep.
Yeah, I will enter that room.
All right. You walk into that room, and you can see that there's this large pool of ichor, which is beneath a grate. There's like a sewage type grate that they're dumping the ichor onto, and the weapons and armor just get splayed out across this grate and this grating, and another undead goes and picks them up, puts it on a particular undead, the armor, and gives the weapons to the particular undead, and they walk away.
Okay,
And
so
there's like a single file thing happening here.
does it look like any chance I could snatch up a few of those weapons and armors?
You can try.
The finished ones, definitely.
Okay, you can try. You're gonna have to stealth up first. So that's a stealth.
What else is there? Is there a new room here that goes further, or?
No, they're just walking back into the main chamber. Seems like they're outfitting as if they're expecting an attack.
Okay, so can I make
That's weird.
Arcana check to see if I find any magical weapons, or if they are just normal ones?
Okay, you can make an Arcana check against the weapons and armor that are being dumped out onto the grating here.
23.
There's definitely some sort of property that they didn't have before they were put in the ichor. They have the slight bluish glow to them.
So yeah, is there any rapiers and that sort of weapon?
It looks like there's weapons of all kinds. There's bows and
You know
arrows,
what?
there's crossbows.
It kind of looks like it's
everything.
easier to steal some of the ichor instead of the weapons.
He can try to steal some of the ichor if he wants, but that's a different check to try to get them.
That's something I definitely want to do, and I thought about, but I think I want to do it later. But since the weapons are already here, I think I want to see if I can jerk something.
Okay.
You don't really use weapons, do you, Explode, well, other than a grower?
I barely use the grower.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm going to see if I can find studded leather armors and a rapier.
You find a studded leather armor and a rapier.
Okay.
However, in order to take them, there are undead actively trying to pick these objects up, so you're going to have to use a sleight of hand.
They're disadvantage. It's fine.
Which you have advantage because you're invisible, so it's just a straight roll.
So yeah, sleight of hand?
Yeah.
Okay. 23.
Alright, they're undead. Let's see what happens. These ones are slightly more paying attention. That one doesn't see you. And that one doesn't see you. Okay, so the two who are outfitting other undead don't appear to notice as you pick up.
As I pick them up, I will just immediately get them in the bag of holding so they will all get invisible. So I don't carry around a floating object.
Okay, and I need you to make a perception check as you do.
Perception. 21?
You notice that some of the blue ichor sticks to the bag and is visible.
Okay, I take it off.
You take off the bag or the ichor?
The ichor, of course.
Okay, you brush off the ichor. And you are now invisible again. Luckily, you noticed that. If you didn't, you might have been visible for a little while.
And I will get to the last room, I guess, because apparently the two rooms I was in was the wrong ones. So I will try and make it to the last one.
Okay. Make a stealth check to get back first.
Yep. So that's a 31.
Okay, you make it back. And it's been approximately 40 minutes since you went invisible.
Yeah. And then I will go to the last room, the west one over there. Yeah.
Alright, you see that you're
But before I go, I will look around. There's no other openings, right?
you can make an investigation check to see if there's any other openings.
Yeah, it's not like I want to spend a lot of time investigating.
Yeah,
It's more like
exactly. It would take you a bit of time. Because it's a
Okay.
200... It's a couple hundred square... Like over 1,000 square feet.
Okay, so I look around and I don't spot anything, so I go to the west one.
Okay. So, you go into the west one. I'll get you to make a perception check to see if you can see what possibly could be in the Ichor on this side.
12.
You're not sure, but you do see what looks like maybe half of a creature's head sticking out of the Ichor on this side.
Okay. Alright, keep moving.
Alright. So you go down this hallway. I'll need you to make another stealth check.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm good at those, so I'm gonna. It's 28 enough. Probably is. So yeah, I'll keep it.
Okay. With a 28, you continue walking down this corridor. Make a perception check.
21.
You see more of those bones on the ceiling, wall, and floor that you saw before.
Well, knowing what will happen when I move across, I will be rather careful as I move through. Yeah.
Okay. However, they do have a chance to see you since you rolled your stealth.
What disadvantage?
Nope. 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 Nope.
With disadvantages?
Yeah,
No.
it's a disadvantage, so no. So, they poke their heads up. They look around as if there should be something there, and then they put their heads back in the ground. And in the ceiling and everything. It looks almost as if when they put their heads back, as if the structure of the tunnel isn't even different. It's not like they're displacing ground, even. That's kind of what it looks like. Either way, so you get to this other room, and what you see are cages filled with biological matter, is the best way to describe it without you going in the cages. They're just cages with things in them that look like creatures, possibly.
Okay. Does it seem like is there any other rooms, or is this the room? And does it seem like there's any way to store the artifact anywhere?
There is another room here.
Okay, so I'll take a quick glance. Is there any way you think the artifact might be stored?
Not in this room, no.
And move on.
All right, you go into the next room, and you see that there is one cage in the middle of this huge open room that has similar grading to what the other room had. And they're just dumping these ichor-covered creatures onto the grating. However, there's just a creature in the middle of this room with a cage around it. Approximately 5 feet by 5 foot cage. And 6 or 7 feet tall, the cages. And there's just a creature sitting in the middle of it. Looks kind of humanoid in shape.
Yeah, look around. Does this creature have anything on it?
Make a perception check.
8.
It has clothing, but you're not really close enough to tell, and you're not paying too much attention to it, as you notice that they dump these creatures onto this grating, and then they sort of undead snap up into a standing position, whatever creatures they are. Some of them are just look like masses of biological flesh that's just various bits and pieces of other things that just sort of melded together into this sculpture of horribleness. And some of them just sort of like move like you would imagine Jabba the Hutt might move. And some of them have legs that they use to prop themselves up on. Some of them just have hands that they prop themselves up on. And they just leave the room and go into the cages in the previous room that you were just in.
Yeah. And how far away is it to the other room? Like, I assume there's a small tunnel or so.
There's a 10-foot by 10-foot little enclosure that it doesn't have a door or anything. It just sort of closes in into there.
Okay. Well, I will keep looking around in this room because this seems to be the last place, and there's a creature here at least, unlike the other rooms who just had weapons. And the first
Alright.
one had a power
I'll
plant.
get you to make an investigation check in this room.
Investigation 11.
You begin walking around this room to see if there's anything else that would be helpful to you in this room. And when suddenly you hear the creature in the middle of the room speak, and it says, "Do you really think this is going to help your cause? I do not wish to join you. I never will." And the creature that he's speaking to is just a mass of flesh that's guarding the cavern that you just came through. And it just sort of makes a noise. And he goes, "Well, I won't join you. I don't care what you say." You didn't understand anything. And it just sounded like it didn't sound like anything that could be deciphered as a language, but he's responding to it as if it's talking to him.
Yeah. Well, this seems to have some sort of sway if it's talking to the monster, so I'll look over the creature again, see if I
You think that you'd have a better chance of seeing something if you moved closer, but if you move closer, there might be something noticeable that happens. In other words, you have to make a stealth check.
Yeah. I will just think to myself, and I'll talk to my rats, and I'll say that if this guy doesn't have it, then it's not here. So I'll wait for the ooze to get a long way away. Look out there.
Sort of like just a mass of flesh. It has like arms sticking out of it and like weird eyeballs and spots. It looks like those weird things that they remove from people that are just like hair and teeth.
And how large is the area? Like, what would the size of this place be?
This particular room is approximately 70 feet from one side to the other, and it is a perfectly circular room. And it looks like they're draining the ichor off of the creatures like they were the weapons, and there's like a glowing blue thing underneath. You're not sure where it goes or anything, but
How large again did you say it was? 50 feet radius, 50 diameter, 50...
It's 70 feet from one side to the other.
Okay, so 35 radius.
Yeah.
And it's circular. Okay. And how far to the roof?
The roof just goes on for what seems like forever. It just looks black from your character's perspective.
I go to the top to see if I find anything, or like at least further up.
Okay. You go approximately 100 feet up, and then it just sort of ends.
Okay.
It seems like it's a cylindrical room that was built for a purpose at some point, and they're just using it for a different purpose, maybe.
Let me think. Let's see, it has. So I see he has a spell called Abomination. Does that mean he can summon it like a familiar? Like, and summon? 5th level.
The spell called Abomination is how he made that blue slatty creature, which he would have had to have left behind in order for this plan to work. Same with the bear.
That's fine.
Explo's bear.
So yeah, I'll wait for Preben to get back, and then we will attack this creature.
Meanwhile,
No, Preben's here.
So we're about 100 feet above a giant creature that is the last thing in this cavern. If he doesn't have it, then it's not there. So I looked at the mouse and said, "Are you ready to kill this thing?" He can nod. Or
he can squeak or nod.
And then I will consider to myself whether I should attack from here. Do you have slow fall, feather fall, by the way?
Nope.
Nope.
He's an artificer. He has he's like a third spell class. Like the rest of it is supposed to be his other abilities.
Yep.
Yeah, because in that case, I should probably land. So I will. That can target the multiple people, right?
You can target multiple people with what?
Greater invisibility, that's what I'm looking at.
Oh, okay. I think greater invisibility is 1. At the basic level, at least.
Yeah, at the basic level. But yeah. Anyways, I will go back so I'm not that far up in the air again. So I'm about still at the wall at the very edge. Yeah, I should be about 30 feet away then, 35. So I will go down to the edge there, where I was previously, I assume.
Okay.
And I will pull out my crossbows, poison them, and I will put down the 2 rats. I will whisper, Lucius, explode. I get ready to attack as I
Time.
drop the rats, assuming they will undo polymorph. I will shoot, and I'm assuming they're doing something.
Okay, I need you to wait a minute. Because they are visible, because you're letting them out of your clothing. So, while you're setting up this plan, they do have a chance to see the mice. Just fall out of nowhere. So, just give me a second. Unfortunately, the things with a multitude of eyes attached to them is one of the guards that's in this room. And
we waited for them to leave, right? Because that's what I said earlier.
Well, there's 2 guards that are in this room, and they are not moving.
Okay. Are they on our side of the room or the other side of the room?
They're on the entrance to this room. Yeah. So you can go to the other side of the room if you wish.
Can we move around the dome then?
Sorry?
Yeah, can we move or circle around to the other side? So we're still just as far away, but yeah.
I might draw this to make it a little more obvious. Okay, so here's the room. It's supposed to be perfectly cylindrical, but obviously it's not in the drawing.
It's
Um,
beautiful.
This area is the entrance. There's a guard here, and a guard here, and the cage is in the middle of the room. The rest of the floor is like this grating, so it has like holes in it, but it's like made of metal. It's like square holes all over the place.
Yeah. So we'll move down to the edge here. So we're as far away as the guards as we can.
Yeah, and there's nothing over here. There's nothing on this side.
Yeah, that's good.
But every once in a while, a thing will come to about there, and it will dump the contents of that container that I described before, and there will be a creature that is just a pile of organic material.
So we will wait until one of those moments has just happened. So it will be a while until the next time.
Yeah,
And after
so
that
once that
moment-
happens, they wait for it to leave and go into the cages in the other room. And then the cart leaves, and then there's a lull for maybe a minute or two, and then another one comes in.
So yeah, we'll take that space in between. And while the creature is not looking in our direction, I will put them down. So I will be paying attention for it. Like I won't just drop them out of nowhere in front of him.
Okay.
And then I will shoot them, and hopefully they will do something. So I'm hoping this creature is surprised from a wall-climbing invisible halfling.
Okay. Let's see. They do. This one particular one does still have a chance to see you. So let's see what happens. 13. It's looking at the cage mostly. So no, it doesn't notice two mice fall on the floor.
Okay. And in that case, I will roll my attacks. And I assuming Explo and Lucius had something. So if you had anything prepared, any bomb charges you wanted to use. It's currently a surprise. So it should have you should have advantage on everything.
So which thing are you attacking, by the way?
The big one.
The one in the cage?
Is it in a cage?
Yes.
Or the big one is in a cage?
It looks like a person.
Okay,
In a cage.
Well, that changes things. I thought.
And it says that it doesn't want to join them. That was the thing that was saying it didn't want to join.
Okay, well, I got it the whole wrong, then I wouldn't have done all of those things.
In that case, maybe
Well, if
drop
that's
us
what happened,
out
I
of
wouldn't have.
polymorph. We go invisible again, and then we walk over and try to communicate with whoever's in
Yeah,
this
like
cage.
I wouldn't have done any of that if it's a humanoid.
Yeah, it looks like a
Seems
person in the
humanoid,
cage.
right? Like a person. Okay. So, while the guards are looking our way and there's not a creature or anything here, I will walk up towards the cage, still invisible, still having the rats in my pockets.
Mm-hmm.
So once I get up to the cage, do I see anything else of this creature? Anything defining?
Okay, make a perception check.
Yeah. 20.
Okay, so you're looking at this creature. It looks undead. However, it does have a similar style to some of the ghosts that you saw earlier. But it looks like a solid creature. And it has this weird purple pustule, multiple of them, like little small ones on the side of its head. It's bald. And one of the ghosts that you saw earlier had like heavy armor. Kind of looks like a samurai based on the your history, your character's history. It has red armor. It's chipped and worn. It has a katana on its belt. And are you approaching it from the back, like on this side here?
Yeah, well, I would just approach the cage to get a good look at them, and then maybe move around, like as far away as from the guard as possible.
Okay, the guards are over here, and so
Probably
you can
this side.
approach from this side if you want.
But yeah. So
And
it seems
if
like
you
a
approach from
samurai.
that side, you just see him from behind. So
Yeah.
you just see him in the cross-legged position, and he's just sitting there.
Okay. So I will very quietly, so as to not make the guards hear it, but enough for this creature to hear it. Hopefully, it's a bit perceptive. I will whisper to him. I'm willing to set you free if you can show me who has this artifact that's been controlling your people. I'm here to help.
You can tell that he hears what you're saying,
Yes.
but he's not. He turned his head slightly towards the voice.
And I would have moved a little bit away so that he wouldn't be able to detect my position. But of course, he can try.
His eyes appear to be closed, and he's not even. After he heard that sound, he just sort of continues looking forward. Like he turned because he heard a sound, and then he just continues looking forward as if nothing happened. So he appears to have heard you when you spoke, but he's not responding with anything.
I'm saying, I'm telling him, it's not your imagination, just hidden, like a samurai would.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like a ninja would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're ninjas. I thought they were samurai.
This particular guy in the cage looks like a samurai. There are ghost samurais around. There are also ghost ninjas.
Yeah,
It seems like they're part of the same culture.
Yeah. Or actually, if they're part, yeah, I'll probably say a ninja because they seem more stealthily. But
the one that possessed you looked like that was his skill set.
Yeah, so that's what I will say. Tell him.
Okay. He just sort of stares. He's got his eyes closed and his face is looking forward. And he says, "Ears. Here. Not here."
Okay,
And
ears.
one of the
here,
creatures, the creature that he was speaking to before, just sort of goes and starts moving a little bit closer to the cage. And he makes a noise that stereotypical Asian people do when they're trying to get you to acknowledge something. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like he's saying he's here, so he's probably our enemy. Otherwise, in a cage, I don't know.
Make an intelligence check to see if you can decipher what he's trying to say.
Sure. Saving throw?
No, just regular, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a 1 or 5. 3.
Unfortunately, you're not sure what he's trying to tell you. But
you
do understand from your thieving days that this is a code, and you need to decipher what he's trying to tell you.
Can I do the check, even though I know I can't tell the guy?
Yeah, you can do it. You can hear him.
Let me check. You have rat mental stats currently. Let's see your intelligence.
Yeah, you do have the stats of a rat.
You have a -4 intelligence currently.
Because you're a rat.
Let's just send you this. This is your stats currently.
Oh, I thought when you used polymorph, so that means In theory,
that's what
that
makes-
Lucius also has the stated mind of a rat, which means he would have lost concentration immediately. Then.
You can concentrate on it.
No, you still remember important things. Like,
Yeah, you can like discern
he knows
allies
that he's
and
supposed to
enemies.
remain concentrated on this thing. So he does that.
Well, in that case, I won't do shit.
The reason that polymorph works this way is to make druids special. Because then they can change into animals that can understand things.
Yeah, keep their faculties.
Yeah, that and it's used as an offensive spell. Like if you want to use it against a big bad, then you don't want him to have 20 intelligence sheep running around trying to get himself killed to turn back to normal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because he
or
would understand the situation that was happening. But he still can discern friend from foe, so if he's a sheep, he can still try to, like, headbutt you or something, because he knows that you're bad. But
and if he had 20 intelligence, he could literally cast fireball at your face if he could do that.
yeah, he could,
As a sheep.
which he can't, because he's a sheep. So
What
But
if that
either way.
fireball was very important for him to cast?
he would think that he would try to do something, but he wouldn't be able to do it.
So yeah, I will go back again to the edge of the room, wait for this encounter with the sludge, because it seemed like they drew it to the cage, see what happens, and then I will try and do something.
He then opens his eyes, which I'll get you to make a perception check.
I'm behind him, I believe.
Yeah, he's
Against
turning
the
his
door.
head to the side to look at this one here,
Okay,
so you can slightly see.
15.
His eyes are milky white. You
Yeah.
think that he can't see.
Yeah, that's fine.
But he
Oh,
does
we don't
look,
need to be invisible anymore.
he does look directly at this thing somehow.
Yeah.
And he says, "I wasn't talking to you, whelp." And the thing just sort of goes, and then it just sort of moves around like a an oily appendage of, like a pseudopod almost of a
Oh, hell yeah, let
fly.
me out. It's time to break a lock.
Okay,
And
so I will.
he just sort of looks around and then he moves back into position.
So yeah, I will then from a safe place where the guards wouldn't have line of sight on me because the huge fucking cage and everything in the way. I will then drop invisibility in a safe place and cast message to this creature here so we can speak telepathically.
Okay, so where are you when you cast message?
Like away from the two guards on the back side of the cage where people don't.
Okay, I'll
spot me.
need you to make a stealth check.
Yeah. That's 22. I could
If
probably
you want to
luck
use your
that
luck, you
one.
can.
But that's not a creature, right?
No, that was me
Yeah.
saying that's nothing.
Yeah. I mean, a 22 is bad, so yeah. But I might need them later. No, I'll keep 22, whatever.
Okay. The one that has the chance to see you is going to look. However, it doesn't see you.
Yeah.
There's one that has like weird eye stalks on it. This one here has
Yeah.
weird eye stalks on it, and it has like 15 eyes, and it's just they're all looking in different directions, and it doesn't seem to notice you.
So yeah, well, I'm messaging this creature in a cage, and I'm telling you, now we can speak freely and not in code. Just offer sound enticing whatsoever.
Well, since I have my own mind, unlike these things, I do wish to be free, if that's what you mean.
So I was about to cut you Because I'm assuming I've heard about the wars and everything about the samurai and the Vikings, because the other people would have told me.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say, well, I'm willing to offer you and your samurai ninjas, basically his culture. We need the orb or the item that's been controlling your men. If you were to help us get it, we promise that you and your crew will be free. However, we'll need some of the Vikings if that's suitable for you. So I'm trying to.
He turns his head to the side, almost purposefully, as if he knows what direction you're in. And so that way you can see his facial expression. And he just seems confused. And he responds, I owe myself no allegiance to these creatures that guard me, including the ones that look like they have a similar skill set to me.
Okay. That would make it even better. How about a deal between you and I? I will help you be free from this place. In return, you will help me gather this artifact from these creatures.
Alright. Since this is a secure communication, you wouldn't mind sharing who you are. I am Gaichu.
Gaichu, pleased to meet me. I am Dragonstone Grand Admiral Howler of the Aquan Sea, Chairman of the New World Bank. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
He seems to have a furrow in his brow. He doesn't seem very impressed. And he says in response, you sound like the head of a corporation or something.
I am the head of many things. Most importantly, let's get your head out of that cage.
Preferably on your body.
He stands up from his lotus position. He slightly just taps his hand, like he takes his hand like this and he just taps it on the edge of his katana, like on the hilt, because it's sheathed at the moment. And this creature here just moves forward up to the cage. And he says, I wish to make a deal. And the blob sort of just pseudopods part of this biological material.
Okay, before this happens, because I'm worried that the deal he's making is gonna be with those creatures against us. Or can I make an insight check if I would have any sort of idea?
Okay, sure. That's what this is for.
Let's see. Is he about to just sell us out now?
No, it appears as though he's trying to get himself into a position where he can help you.
Okay. I was about. Okay, that changes things.
Someone was about to jump the gun.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to get the cage open so he can help you kill these things.
That's not a problem. I'll get the fucking cage open.
Yeah, but it would be easier for him and from his perspective because you didn't discuss the plan before he just decided to enact this.
So actually the plan is kind of the same.
So he's just getting the creature to open the cage for him so he can just outright attack it, is what it looks like he's going to do. Based on your natural 20 insight.
Yes, okay. So as soon as the cage opens, I will... I'm assuming I have both of my rats in a pocket, right? Can I take one of my hand down into that pocket and grab the rats while readying my crossbow? So as soon as the cage opens, my ready action would be shoot, throw rats.
I I choose you!
How
Dude.
about this? You can have your pockets open so they can leave.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, then we'll take ours, because we'll basically try and surprise the oozes. As soon as the cage opens, pam pam, we shoot at the other guy who's standing at the door.
Mm-hmm.
That's the plan.
Okay. So, Gaichu waits for the blob to... It seems like the blob thing just sort of pseudopods this biological material and somehow just pseudopods its biological material into the keyhole to unlock the door.
Ugh.
It's
As soon as that happens, shoot. I have no idea if they're immune to poison, but I did use poison, so let's see. And I
okay.
assume the
First,
blobs are
before that
surprised.
happens, just so that way he can get into a better position, it removes the lock before you do
Okay.
that. Just so that way, in case it would have just put the lock back on and he was stuck. So you wait for that. I'll give you that as a DM.
Fine. Yeah.
So it removes the lock and pulls it away from the door. And then you enact your plan.
Yeah. So that would be crossbows, pew pew. 24, does that hit
Yeah.
the blob at the door?
It's a blob that is unarmored. So yes.
It's the right numbers. And it needs to make 2 con saves unless it's immune to poison.
The blobs are not immune to poison. They're just biological material, so they
Then
do
it's
still
make
have
2 con
biological
saves.
components that are weak to poison. Okay, so they need to make saving throws, you said?
Yeah, 2 constitution saving throws.
You're aiming for the one with the eyes, correct? The one that's the
Yeah, the one
the
that's
one
at
with
the
the
door still.
ears is the one that approached the cage, which is what he was trying to tell you. Is that one
Yeah.
of them has ears and can hear very well.
Okay.
But anyway,
Well, I didn't get that. I will shoot the guy with the eyes because he's standing at the door.
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Con saves.
Con saves.
It's not like one of them have a
Success.
mouth.
So
You
it's
scream for
half
help,
of
right?
this. But it's doubled. So it's doubled in half. So it's this. So that would be, let me check. That's 50, 60, 8.
I'll tell you what the code is just for you as
70,
players. What he was trying to tell you
76.
is that one has ears, so he doesn't want to communicate in this location. This location
Yeah.
is a bad place to talk.
I'm saying he is here.
76 damage does
He
the
has
blob
ears.
up here take.
Yeah, the one is very good at listening, the other is very good at seeing.
Yeah, that's
And
why they
where's
put
the
them
one
as
that's good at
guards
screaming
here.
for help?
They put them. That's why they put them as guards here, because one can see very well, the other can hear very well.
Yeah.
So, yes, he takes a total of how much?
76 damage.
That blob is paste. It seems
Okay.
like whatever was holding it together, you just instantly destroyed whatever that was, and it just sort of...
Evaporated.
There's some
how much-
bones that are there on the floor. That's the highest part of what's on the floor now. It just sort of... into mush.
Okay, how much overkill did I do it? Because there was 2 separate attacks. Just
You would have required both attacks.
okay, that's fine. Yeah. So that happened, and I throw the rats out. Guys, when I kill the other thing.
Okay. So, this is a surprise round still, so do either of the rats want to go before the samurai goes?
Fuck yeah.
Alright, I'll say that the polymorph is off, so that way you can actually do something.
As he throws me, how far away from the cage are we?
30.
Technically,
feet
you just hop out of the pocket as the mouse. Mechanically. Just because he couldn't throw you. So you're out of
So
the pocket. You're in the space in front of him.
Well, as I jump out of the pocket and the polymorph is gone away, and I turn into myself again. Good old self. I will activate my rocket boots so that I don't have to walk because I'm lazy.
That does make some noise. However, everything else that you're doing makes noise as well, so it might not matter.
Well, the other guy just kind of exploded, so I'm not that worried anymore.
Fair enough. Yeah,
So,
it
how
looked
far
like
away
he
from
hit-
the cage are we? 30?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use 3 bomb charges with acid grenades, and it's basically just gonna be like a little missile. Like a dart.
Mhm.
A big ass dart that I just throw out. And it will make it itself into more darts, and it will hit behind the creature so it doesn't hit the samurai inside the cage.
Okay, yeah. That's a good idea.
So that he doesn't have to do 3
Because if
dexterity
he
saving
sees you
throws.
attacking him at this moment, he might turn against you, so that's a good idea.
So that's 3 dex saves from the blob, and I'm hoping
Okay,
that
dex
the
saves.
blob isn't really dexterous.
Yeah, it's a thing about oozes and slimes. They're just not very dexterous.
And if it's a thing I've learned from Blacklist, is that the skin don't like acid.
Gee whiz, you don't say.
4, 8, and 4.
All fails, which means 17 plus 29 plus 22, whatever that is.
And the sad part is, it didn't roll that bad, but it still is crappy numbers overall. So it takes how much damage?
17 plus 29 plus 22, whatever much that's.
70 acid damage.
70?
Yeah.
Okay, it is bloodied, and it looks like it's just barely holding together.
What
But-
did it?
No, 68. I counted
68? Okay.
Yeah.
Still same result. Okay.
Damn it, use another bomb charge.
And since Lucius isn't here, to
You
try
would've
to
done
save
something.
from you having to figure out his spells and whatnot, Gaichu,
No, I haven't spelled up. So, but yeah, Gaichu can kill him. That's fine.
Gaichu is just gonna burst out of the door, slamming his shoulder checking the door, which hits the slime. Let's see how much damage he does with that first. This is just part of his movement.
As soon as he comes out of the door, he says, Omaiwa Shindru.
And the slime
And the blob
somehow says,
"Nani?"
Nani?
Yeah, nice. Nani?
Okay, the slime takes some damage. And this is hilarious. Gaiju just slams the door into the slime, and the slime explodes. He didn't even need to stab it.
Question. Why the hell did
Why
he?
can't all our enemies be this squishy?
Yeah. Question. Why the hell did they need the others again?
Yeah.
I don't.
Why didn't he break out himself?
Well, plan A failed. Now let's see what plan. What happens. to
Well,
plan
the
B.
thing is, outside of this room are a lot more than just this. So
No. I don't believe you.
he isn't suicidal. He's strong, but not suicidal.
Good thing Lucius can actually turn the 4 of us invisible.
I just want to say. Meanwhile, there's kind of just slaughtering left and right of undead like it's nothing.
I'm not worried. When we get out of this room, everybody's already dead. Seroskana's already killed everybody.
Like,
not gonna be a
what
problem.
took you so long, pansies?
We just killed 2 guys.
So 2
And while this is happening, I am going to give him a chance to kill a bunch more stuff. But
Yeah.
I just got too into this, and I assume that Geo is also enjoying what they're finding out.
Oh, I am.
So it's not like he's bored. So either way, so he's just sort of standing there. He has red and black samurai armor. Looks Even though it looks partially damaged, he still looks like he could. He's still a samurai warrior, if you will.
The great warrior. He bring honor to his family.
Yeah, exactly. He still looks very powerful. I'll get you all to make nature checks, however.
Nature, sure.
Well,
Because
a
what
nature
his
check?
plan was is if you weren't going to act that fast, he was just going to slam the door into the slime and then just start stabbing it. But you put too much damage into it already. So,
Sorry about.
yeah.
I was bored. Okay, I've been a mouse for all this session.
Alright, Explore. You do know probably what he is, or at least a facsimile of what he is. He looks a little different than the guy that you met earlier, who is a ghoul, but he does have some of the characteristics of a ghoul. However, he does seem to have more on his mind than the ghoul you've been traveling with. Like, more of his mind, let's say.
It's probably his Japanese heritage. He doesn't want to bring shame to his family.
Well, either way, he is standing in front of you, and he says, I'm hoping you had a plan for the rest of it. I just had plenty of time to think of how to get out of this cage, which you did most of the heavy lifting.
If we hypothesize that we don't have a plan to get out of here, what is your plan?
Of course, I have plenty of plans that won't be necessary.
But let's hear your first.
That's fine, but before planning, what do you know about the object, the artifact that we're looking for? And I will describe it.
You mean the thing they put in the tree thing?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What's in the tree? Damn.
Yeah,
Well,
so that big he describes that big gnarled thing that you looked at in that other room. That seems super important to them, that's sucking up a lot of that ichor.
so just
Seems like that's where it is. It's inside that huge ball of roots.
So just to make the plan before we have to end the session or anything late, I will then tell the group and Explo and this Oni. Well, here's the plan. I can teleport us out of here. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. But we need that artifact first, and hopefully Lucius can control it, and we won't need to teleport out of here.
He bows slightly towards Lucius when you say Lucius.
Lucius, I believe, can make it visible. So we can... I assume you know a few tricks to stay hidden, especially if you're not even visible.
Well, I do know how to handle my body in a stealth situation, if that's what you mean.
Good. Because Lucius will be aiding as we make our way to the tree. Once we find our artifact, then hopefully the rest of the camp will let us free. If not, and if there's any danger to your life after we find the orb, I promise I will teleport you out of here.
That's quite a skill set that you have access to.
I'm a man of many skills.
And he looks down at Explo and he says, I haven't made your acquaintance.
Just pull up my hand and just like pull up my hand.
Straight up.
Like
Yeah,
straight
he
up.
takes his other arm and just grabs his hand and lifts it up.
And then I say, hello, my name is Head of Acquisitions and Security Captain Big Daddy Explo.
That Big Daddy gets me every time.
He starts thinking to himself and he says, seems more like a street name.
Yeah. My mom got hit in the head as a young child.
He goes, Right. So, we don't have much time. This plan
Oh,
took
yes.
a minute or two. We should only have a minute or two left. So we should act quickly.
Oh, it's no
Alright.
problem.
And Lucius will snap his finger, we'll all be invisible, and we will try to stealth our way to the tree. That's the plan.
What was the guy's name, by the way? The new dude.
His name is Gaichu.
Gaichu. Don't worry, Gaichu.
Not Pikachu, Gaichu.
Which, for your
Don't worry.
references, this is a character from another world, like some of the other characters that you've encountered. So, but
Gaichu?
Yeah.
Before we turn invisible, I kind of like... I can't hold on his shoulder, but I kind of like just pat him on the knee and I say, "Don't worry, Gaichu. We will be just like a ninja losing his virginity, quick and discreet."
he actually
And I look
chuckles
him
to
deep
himself.
into the eyes.
He
What?
does chuckle to himself, as if that was a joke that did tickle him a little bit. But yes, for your references, Gaichu is a word that means blood-sucking insect.
That's fine. I see no problem with that. We'll add him under the new one bank. We'll recruit him eventually.
Your characters could know this information, actually. Make a history check.
History
History.
or nature?
History.
History. Oh my god. That's bad.
Yeah, I can make a history too.
You sure you don't want to help me make a history check?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. But
I'll say that you can make it help him because you forgot that you
Yeah,
can do
okay.
that. It is an ancient word that the ninja and the language that the ninja and the samurai did use in this world, but you're not sure what word it means, what the word means. But it is a word. It's not a name. It's a word. So it's probably not his real name. Or what he was given at birth, I should say. Because a name, you would have just been like, oh yeah, that's just an ancient name. It would have been easier.
So yeah, I have written something in about them under the new bank. It's not very much information, but we'll I'll change it later.
That's fine. But yes, he gets into a stealth-like position. His armor does clank slightly, but he does seem like he's getting into a position where it would be easier for him to hide.
Well, he will have advantage as soon as we're all...
Yes. So is that where you want to leave your guys' off for now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll switch to, you guys can leave if you want to, but if you want to listen into what I do with,
My shenanigans.
Gone for a little while, you can. I'm only going to go a little while longer.
Yeah.
Okay. Zerscon, you defeated your two adversaries. What do you wish to do next? You looted them for any of the obvious things they had on them. If you want to do an in-depth search of their bodies, you can.
Yeah, let's see if there's something more interesting that they have. That I can find. Here we go, investigation.
You do
17.
find something on both of them. They each have a pouch on their belts that you can take.
Okay, what's in the pouches?
Both of them, they're relatively large pouches, like this. But you didn't notice them at first because you were trying to figure out what they were, and that sort of thing. And each one contains a scroll case. Each bag.
A skull case. Now we're getting interesting.
You can open them at your leisure. You can, if you do not wish to open them now, you can just put them in your inventory as unknown scroll cases, but if you wish to open them now, you can.
I open them now to see what I might have gotten.
Okay. Luckily, they didn't explode in your face because they weren't trapped. They didn't expect to be defeated, apparently. Especially that
by one
quickly.
guy.
Yeah, and especially by one guy. Yeah, that's true. You've heard stories about liches where there were armies that besieged them and still lost. So you're wondering why this one was so easy.
Yeah, I mean, most liches have more than just one bodyguard.
Yeah, that's true also. Either way, you open the first scroll case. We'll say this is the one from the lich. And he has a series of letters. That's the first thing you notice. That are all wrapped up in scroll-like fashion.
Oh. Okay, of lich. And then it has letters. Okay.
Okay, yeah, they just look like letters. They don't have anything special on them. But you continue looking down at the bottom of the scroll case, and you see a scroll, as in a magical scroll. Or at least that's what it looks like it should be. You can attempt to read it. However, you know how spell scrolls work. If you read it out loud, then there's a chance that the scroll might disappear and something bad might happen. So
yeah, I'm not gonna read it out loud, more in the mind. Like,
yeah, you can look at it to see if you can discern what kind of scroll it is.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do.
That's an Arcana check.
Oh, don't fail me now, because I have a -1 intelligence. I need this so badly.
And you
10.
just died.
You do recognize some of the runes on it, which are necromantic in nature, which kind of makes sense. It was a lich.
Fair.
However, you don't know what the spell does. If it's something that if you cast it, it would do something to your enemies or hurt you or what. You don't know what it does.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You know that some people do have trapped spell scrolls, which hurt you if you use them. So, yeah, it's a spell scroll. You're with necromantic lettering on it, so you could put necromantic spell scroll in your inventory if you wish.
Yep, I did. No, I keep in the spell scroll of the Lich and now spell scroll of the Dead Knight, I guess.
Okay, and you can read some of the letters if you wish. But
that's for later.
Otherwise, you can save that and move on to the next scroll case.
Next scroll case.
Alright, you open that, and that has a series of letters in it as well. Along with 2 spell scrolls. And also, there are certain spell scrolls that paladins can use, but you're not sure if that first one is one that you can use. Because you can use clerical spell scrolls.
Yeah, so let's see what these spells in tow.
Alright, you can attempt to discern them with an Arcana check.
1 for each?
Yep.
3.
First one, you don't even know. Yeah. Those spells, you have 0 context for what they do. You don't even know what school of spell they are or anything. You could, if you had Detect Magic prepared, discern what school they are because they glow with the school that they are.
Nope, I don't.
But if you don't, then you can't do that right now.
Okay, then, yeah. Let's go then, I guess. Well, let's see if I can gather some info from the letters, perhaps what I can expect.
Okay. I'll say that you do a quick scan of the letters. Make an investigation would be the most appropriate. It's just a bunch of ramblings. At least the part that you're reading. And some of it is even in languages that you don't understand.
No. Okay, then that's
Just give me
not
some
bad.
reference what languages you do understand, just in case I'm
Oh.
mistaken. Some of it that some people might not understand. Infernal, you do understand, but it just seems like insane ramblings. At least for most of it. You're just skimming over it, and it doesn't seem like it's anything coherent.
Okay, yeah, then.
And that was the Lich's letters. You can look through the other guy's letters if you want.
Yeah, that's also something I to do. Perhaps it helps. Who knows?
So that's another investigation check. Maybe you'll roll higher than 5. 12. That's decent. There's a passage that catches your eye because it's written in a different colored ink, perhaps, if that's even what these are written in, because some of the lettering is red, and red ink is not a common thing in these times. So it might be blood. You're not sure. But it reads, "The heart of the forest is where we hid the artifact."
Well, that's interesting. I know where the artifact is now. I don't know if they know it, but they already know it, so hooray.
Yeah, you know that information. There's another passage that also catches your eye because it is written in blood or this red ink. It could be red ink. You're not sure, to be fair.
Yeah, the Lich definitely went out of his way to get red ink.
Which is slightly more rare than like black or blue.
Yeah, but
It says, "We are building an army. They are coming. We saw the first of them today."
interesting. If this is their forward army, then that's not a lot. So then,
Technically,
put
you were supposed to try to fight these guys before you found out everything below, but that's why you're getting this information like this.
Screw your dungeon. Make my own with blackjack and hookers.
You could have tried to stealth attack the tree heart thing and maybe beat the dungeon immediately, but
No, I was thinking about making Explode just blow it up. But I was seriously considering that. Like, before we go, we should blow it up. But then again, I didn't want to lose our spells.
That won't be a problem.
and now you need to attack it to get your artifact.
So I should, but yeah, I didn't know that, so that's fine.
I mean, if you were going to hide a very powerful artifact, where would you hide it? In the place where all of the forest meets. That's a good place.
Yeah,
anyway.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah.
Either way, so yeah, you got that. You have that information, and maybe if you had a time to do a more thorough search, you might be able to get more. But that's what you get from, like, you looked at the page to see if anything popped out at you, and the first time the Lich's stuff didn't. However, this other guy, you're not sure who or what he is, he had some interesting scrawlings every once in a while.
Yeah, so then I head on down to see if I can find the others, because I assume they just sneaked past me, those bastards.
Okay, so you need to make a perception check.
But come on, there we go.
I'm gonna roll something. Unfortunately. You continue walking forward, and you notice slightly too late that there is a group of about 15 zombies standing there, and they're walking towards you. Well, zombies, by zombies I mean undead that are unidentified.
Well, fair enough.
And they're walking in your direction, as if they know that you're there.
Just 15, you say?
Yep, they're unidentified undead, so they could be super powerful and there's 15 of them, but
And how fast are they moving?
they're moving slightly faster than some zombies. They're moving 30 feet per round.
Then I keep moving
They're
30
not
feet.
dashing towards you or anything. They're just stumbling towards you.
Yeah, I'm moving just 30 feet at a time until I get... Well, if the army gets bigger and bigger, that's something to deal with then.
Alright, so they're walking towards you. They're blocking your path between where you want to go and where you currently are.
Okay, then I get ready to start to ramble, I guess.
Alright, I need you to make 15 wisdom saving throws. And no, I am not kidding.
I actually wanted to ask you to do the same thing. Seriously.
Okay, so you see them coming. They're coming at you. I'm gonna roll their dexterity. And you're gonna roll your dexterity to see who acts first. Yes, I know what you're doing, but to see who acts first, we need to see who's faster.
Okay, so I need to roll my dexterity or what?
You can roll your initiative if you want. If that would be easier for you.
Let's see what will happen. 19.
5. Okay, yeah, you get to go first.
So fear me.
Okay, they're within 30 feet of each other. Yeah, they're just a horde. So they're all standing next to each other. So, okay, they need to roll a wisdom.
DC 17.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So how many 17s do you see there? Or above? One? Okay,
One success.
You have to make one wisdom saving throw then.
Okay, well.
Because that could have been a lot worse if you would have been slow.
21.
It just looks at you intently with its glowing yellow eyes, and you feel like you're about to freeze up, but you don't.
The rest I just let run away in fear.
Yeah, they start running away. I think that only lasts a certain amount of time, though, doesn't it?
Minute.
Minute? Oh, that's a lot longer then. Okay, they start running down this tunnel here. Which is where you were going.
Yeah, then I move up to the one guy that didn't fear and strike him down with all of my might.
Okay.
Come on, hit.
That hits him.
For 12. Second one, since, well, the extra attack. 18.
18 hits him.
Okay. For 19.
19. Whew.
19 plus 4 is 23 plus...
He is bloodied.
31 total damage, just first and second attack together.
Let me just double check here. Yep, that's what I have. So, yeah, he's bloodied.
Okay, and that's all I can do.
Alright. He walks up to you. Since you had to be within 30 feet in order to cast that on him, so he just walks up to you.
Yeah, I had to, well, he's already in front of me.
Yeah. So, he's going to attempt to strike you. 21 to hit. And
No.
since you have your sword, you don't have your shield, so take that
Oh
into
yeah,
account.
wait, that's true. That's true, my bad. That hits then.
Alright, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Dare fail here.
You feel strange.
What is this creature?
You don't know. You'd have to identify it on your turn.
Okay.
And you take 20 damage.
Oof.
As
These
its
things
claws sink into your, right past your armor and into your throat.
Fuck no. Fuck no. You didn't. There's only one thing that can make you roll a constitution save and make you feel strange. Fucking slabs.
Not true.
Not
There
that I
are
don't know.
undead that can do similar things.
Okay, grey slad.
It's not a slat. You would have recognized it right away.
Yeah.
Because it would have looked
Grey
strange.
Sleds doesn't have that ability for some reason.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
only the
I know why.
Yeah, that's
I know
true.
why. Because the magic ones get rid of their reproduction ability. For magic.
Well, here we go then again. Try to strike it down and fix myself up from that strangeness. 22.
22 hits.
18.
18. Oh wait, you're a paladin. Are paladins immune to disease?
Yes.
Okay then, never mind. That didn't happen.
So... And the 20? Just questioning.
Yeah, the 20 damage still hurts you. Because that's its
Okay.
claws.
Okay, just double checking.
The other thing was a disease.
Yeah, I'm
Which unfortunately
I'm
you're immune to, which is annoying.
yeah, I just say, what disease?
Okay, plus...
Oh, come on!
Yeah, that misses, unfortunately. Okay, he's gonna swipe at you. Oh wait, you have a bonus action if you want to use it. In movement.
There. Now I have 22.
Fair enough. And he swings for 22. Which means he hits you.
Means... Does it? Isn't that usually means that it does... Yeah, that's true.
If it meets your armor class, which means it's the
Yeah,
same
that's
number.
true, yes.
Same for enemies, though. So,
Mm-hmm.
an additional 19 damage.
Let me see, that is... 41. No, not 41. I am at 52. Oh, that's 31. No, or is it 30? God damn it, that's 33.
So, he dealt you that damage.
Mm-hmm.
You just gonna let that stand?
Oh, hell no.
Alright, what are you gonna do? $13 misses. 28 hits. For an additional... He is down.
Okay.
You catch him in the
Then-
throat with a greatsword, and catching someone in the throat with a greatsword means automatic beheading, pretty much. So he is beheaded.
And I fixed myself up for 50 points, bringing back to 83.
All right. The other ones
Because Leo
ran away.
lands. Well, since I'm nearly tapped out, I guess I will wait
And
for
since
those.
it takes a minute, I'm just going to tell
Mhm.
you that they're too far away to decide to come back. They're going to continue running. However,
Okay.
that might be bad for your friends further in because they might encounter these people who are running away from this scary thing and then see things that aren't scary.
Well, I mean, they can be quite scary in their own regard.
Well, yes, but if they manage to see them, it might not be a good situation. So,
Okay.
they're just going to continue running is the rule. Like,
Yeah.
if they get a certain
So,
distance away, they're not going to turn back. There's no point.
So I'm gonna be stealthy from now on, since I'm gonna need it.
Alright, we're going to try to get you through one more little scene here. See how far you can get.
Okay.
You're going to walk up to where the flame skulls were that you saw before. So I'm going to get you to
There-
make a perception check.
How many were there again?
There
I
were
thought there were.
5 flame skulls.
Okay, just double checking.
If you had
Perception.
holy water, they'd be no problem.
24.
Alright, you look down the slope where they are, and they're floating near the ceiling like they were before. However, you see a bunch more miscellaneous undead, and you don't recognize them from the group that you made run away, so they're not the same ones. But there's another group of them.
Okay, that's not good. Uh, let me see.
See, I put these huge groups of enemies because I was hoping to waste Lucius's spells, but then they just snuck past all of it, so.
I'm gonna. Well, I guess I have to wait because this is just too bad for me. I need backup, but I don't have backup.
I'll get you to make a survival check. You
8.
know what? I'm gonna. Just so that way this goes a little smoother. You see footprints that lead further in that look reminiscent of those of your friends. All of them. The ones that snuck past you. And they're leading further into the tunnel.
Just grumble. Just grumble.
And from your vision, you can see, because the flame skulls are lighting up the area ahead, you can see that the footprints go right through one of the patrolling paths of the undead that's nearby.
Just grumble and turn. Cause for fucking balls sake, I can't do this alone, seriously. If I had like a crazy high AC that was crazy hard to hit, then sure. Why the hell not?
I mean,
But
you have
this?
22. That's. I mean that.
Above average for a paladin.
That's. I mean that other creature only had 20.
So as I said, above average for a paladin.
And that creature was supposed to be like a thing that your whole party attacks at once. So.
I mean, technically, don't you only have 22 when you're holding the
Yeah, he also has the spell Shield of Faith,
could get
which
24.
also does the same thing, but
Yeah, I also have a shield, so
I assume he's not going to use his flame tongue against enemies that are on fire. So
logic predicts
that
that.
makes
Yes,
sense.
that's very logical.
so he's going to use his one-handed weapon probably. Which the longsword you picked up is non-magical, by the way. So
Ah,
if you're hoping to use that, If they have resistances to non-magical weapons, it's not going to be as effective.
Yep. I know enough about flame skulls that they do have that.
So, unless
Well,
if you have another
fuck.
weapon that's magical.
No, that's my only magical weapon.
I mean, you made half the other group run away. Maybe you can make this group run away.
I can
But
only do it once a day, I
the
think. I
bad
don't
thing
know.
is, you know a bit about flame skulls because you were the one who identified them, your character. And they can use fireball. Each of them.
Yeah. 5 on fireballs means a very barbecued dragonborn.
Yeah, so being cautious is paramount. However, I mean, this was meant for your whole group to face, so you do have a chance to get through if you want to try to stealth through.
Okay, let me show you what would happen if I were to fail my stealth.
Yes, I understand.
Oh, I'm just gonna show for kicks and giggles. What dragonborn again?
Well, you could use your shield and succeed all the deck saves, because you have that ability to squelch them if you succeed using your shield.
And what's the DC again of those fuckers? Oof. I have to roll real bad to fail them then. But then I have flame skulls after my ass.
It's too bad that you wasted your scary ability on the...
Well, who knows? It was pretty good idea of me, because those things took literally 20 hit points a chunk out of me.
Pretty much. They pretty much
Speaking
would
of
have
which,
instantly died if Lucius was there. So that's why I thought that was fine.
speaking of which, what were those things?
They were ghouls of a particular type that can infect you with the ghoul virus.
Paladins be like, what virus? What are you talking about?
I should have double checked to make sure that you weren't immune to disease. That was my bad.
Yeah, that's a thing Paladins flex on. and why they're sent to plague cities.
Sure. But either way, do you just want to stand there and wait? Or do you want to try to do something?
I just want to see how stealthy I can be. Because I am doubtful my skills stealth already. My doubt is confirmed.
Well, do you walk forward? Because your character thinks he's hidden.
I'm gonna be extra careful.
Okay, so what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go forward because those fuckers are gonna need me at some point.
Okay. Whoops, that's 2 d10s. My mistake. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Alright. Here's what happens. You start walking towards one of the patrol paths of one of the undead that's walking around on the ground. And it turns around unexpectedly to continue its patrol towards you, and it sees you. What do you do? What do you do?
It's the thing. Fuck. Why did I tap myself out of here?
Here's what you see. You see a huge group, like a clustering, not like a huge group. There's only 10 of the undead on the ground. So they're clustered together. If you had an ability that might hit things that are all close together, that might work.
Yes. What would the paladin do? Something that uses melee most of the time is a tank class. Most in front of the fray. Yeah, sure. That has a AoE spell like. Let me see.
What race are you?
Dragonborn.
Catch my
And
drift.
yeah, there's tiny problem.
Isn't it a cone?
Yes.
Well, if it's a cone, then you could hit them all.
No, yes, as in it isn't a cone.
It isn't a cone.
Yes.
It's a line?
Yes.
Ugh. Oh well. I thought you had one of the ones that was a cone. Never mind.
Yeah. Black as acid means a line. If only I had cloud kill or destructive wave. I do have the spell fear, but that's literally my last high level spell slot.
However, you know about undead. They are unaffected by fear. So that wouldn't work anyway. They're immune.
Turn back on my feet and, well, since I'm faster than undead.
Alright. So where are you going? Are you going further into the tunnel?
Well, they spotted me. If I go further, then they come after me.
Okay, so you're running away. You're running back up the tunnel. Okay.
Yes.
So you run back up the tunnel. The undead creature goes. And it makes a noise in your direction. Things are coming to investigate. However, you did choose to turn and run, so I'm giving you the advantage of they don't know where you are immediately. So you're back in this entrance area. What do you want to do?
Well, time to go up the stairs and just tell them that the others are too, well, out of my league in the sneak.
Okay, so you're just going to continue walking into this open area here.
Just go back up to the rest of the...
It's wide open. There's nothing to hide behind. Man, something's tickling my throat. Nothing to hide behind.
Well, I can just keep sprinting. I mean, they don't have ranged weapons, do they?
Well, the flame skulls do.
Well, it's a good thing I can outrun them. I think. I don't know. I guess. I hope. I really. No, I can't. They are 10 feet faster than me. Yes. Fuck me.
And you would know that, knowing what they are.
Anything to hide behind? I don't know.
You can hide behind this wall, or this wall, or you can hide behind this podium.
Is there anything that can hide like under that they can't lift up? Hello, crazy.
Make a quick perception check to see if you see an obvious thing that you can lift up to get under.
Yeah, because I'm hella strong, so if only my character sheet would open up.
Well, you have to see the thing to lift.
Perception. Don't fail me now.
All
15.
Right. Part of this podium is made out of carved stone that appears to have been slotted on top of the podium to serve as a platform to stand on. You could probably lift that back up.
And use this like a small hiding space?
You assume it wasn't too heavy, or else if it was solid stone, you'd need gigantic things in order to put it in place.
Yeah, so here we go. Hiding the hide. Athletics, I guess?
Yes. Alright, you managed to lift that stone.
dip the stone, go into the slot, and then lower it so that it's not too obvious that
And
someone is hiding.
it is hollow inside. So there is like a stone, it's like a stone sheath around the outside of this podium. And now that you're under here, I need you to make a perception check.
Oh gosh darn it. 16.
Your heart is pumping because these things are coming in your direction, and you're running on adrenaline, and you sort of back up slightly, and I need you to make a charisma saving throw, which is probably your strongest saving throw, I think. Yeah, that's
Oh
obscene.
gosh.
That's obscene. Okay. You manage to stifle yourself from screaming as something touches your leg. And since you were so hyped up on adrenaline, you needed to make the save. Because you were prepared to die. So, you prevent yourself from screaming, however, as you see that apparently there was a trap under here.
Oof.
But, it seems like the method of the trap was someone put a snake under here. But the problem with snakes is they need to eat. So it's dead. It's just a skeleton. A snake skeleton. And one of its teeth just barely touched your leg.
Pick it up. Yeah. Lay down, not yeet.
And you're like crouched. You're like super crouched. Because it's like 2 or 3 feet tall.
Oof.
So you're like
Oof.
super bent over and everything.
Yes. I'm a very tall dragonborn.
And you hear outside. The skulls are nearby. And they're just sort of
Just
hanging around outside where you currently are.
just be quiet and hope they go away.
Luckily, since you're not out in the open, and there's just no way that they can get to you, you don't need to roll a stealth, and you made your charisma save to not scream. They don't know where you are. And you hear the laughing start to go away after a little while. I need you to make a perception check, however. The laughing's going this way.
By the way,
Do you see my
hold
pings?
on. Yeah, hold on. I see your ping.
Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The laughing's heading that way.
Okay, I just give it a little longer. Because that's not the way they should be going, because I need them to go the other way.
You hear the laughing stop. Like, you can't hear it anymore. Like, they didn't stop laughing, but they just head so far this way that you can't hear them anymore.
I give them 10 whole minutes.
10 whole minutes. The laughing doesn't return. And you did hear also, to give you some context, the things that were shambling after you on the ground, they eventually shambled by you in that same direction.
And no returning?
Not for 10 minutes, no.
Well, I guess I can take a little short rest break. Not that I get anything back for that.
So you're gonna take a short rest under here?
Well, it's safe, I mean, it's a bit cramped, but still.
Yeah, and this you're sort of looking over at this snake. The snake is dead. Everything else around here is dead. Why isn't this snake moving? That crosses your mind. And
Oh, so I had to leave.
yeah, that's okay. I told them they could go at any time if they wanted.
Okay.
Because I wanted to get through some of your stuff because of that. Anyway, so are you gonna wait an hour here?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the snake now.
Yeah. It seems like everything that's dead around here comes back to life. Why isn't the snake back to life? And you wait. An hour passes.
They don't return.
Nope.
Huh. Okay, slowly get out of my hidey space.
Alright, you lift the stone. This time I won't force you because you have your whole body under here. You could just stand up and it would move. So you begin to lift the thing. You look outside. There's no one in this room. In this gigantic mile-long room.
Okay, start to quietly make my way back to the entrance while also being very careful and listening to the cackles and burning sounds.
Alright. You get to here.
To
You
where?
can see
Oh,
where
there,
my
yes.
pinging is.
Yes.
Which is near the entrance. And you hear up the stairway. In other words, towards the exit.
Okay, Khan is going to all the way, and once he knows he's out of earshot, well, let the seaman out in him.
The what?
If he, the seaman out in him. If you catch my drift.
I don't.
Curse his whole lungs out.
Okay, so you're going to scream?
No, he's just gonna curse. When he knows he's out of earshot, and then just be walking down that hallway towards the others, hopefully.
It seems like somehow they noticed that the people here were dead. So they went to guard this area. So what do you want to do?
Well, I guess I can just wait for them to return.
How long are you going to wait?
Well, I can't take those 5 flame skulls on my own with their small shambling army.
Yeah, the shambling ones are on the staircase as well. You figure.
Yeah. So I'm just going to wait
Alright, how long?
as long as it takes for them to get back and fight alongside me.
Okay.
You
I'll
know what?
give you an amount of time.
You know
You
what? You
wait.
know what?
Okay, go ahead.
In the time that I'm waiting on them, I'm gonna trap the place like with things that give me a signal that they are trying to sneak past me again. Cause I'm done with that bullshit.
Okay. You
don't even
spend,
know that we sneaked past you the first time.
as you can see, I was right to let them go on and on and on because you didn't interfere with them at all. So, the second hour passes. And you walk to this end. And
Shift.
you
You
put
know,
some.
you can shift ping, right? That I can see where.
It's the eastern exit up the stairs.
East.
Of this large room. And you put a few of the chains that were on the floor in the way of the door. Because there's a bunch of chains in this room. And then you walk over to the other side, the side where you were trying to go originally. And you put a bunch of chains in that space. And an hour passes. These guys over here, Don't move. Nothing comes down this hallway.
Oh my god. I'm either enclosed in death or enclosed in more death.
Make a perception check as you get close to this.
Perception. That is,
You hear a thud
10.
underneath this,
Under what?
the podium that you
Oh.
were hiding under.
So we lift it up.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I mean, the trap was this. Oh no, the snake is finally alive.
Seems like whatever the stone is was preventing magic from passing through.
21.
And then when you lifted it up, some necromantic magic got in there somehow. Yeah, you managed to move out of the way as the snake leaps forward and is now in the middle of this room.
In middle.
Yeah, just sort of standing there. Or next to the podium. It didn't fly half a mile away. It to be in the exact middle of the room. It's just in the room now.
Good snake? Question mark.
It turns back towards you. It seems like it's in a threatening stance. And I need you to make an Arcana check.
I suck at those.
That's fine. It seems bestial. It doesn't seem controlled like everything else is.
Well, it's trying to be intimidating. Let's see who's the most intimidating then. 26.
Alright, it sort of backs away, but it's still trying to look threatening.
Alright, just keep on being imposing, I guess.
Alright. It doesn't get closer to you, but it looks like maybe at one point it had a rattle on its tail because it's curled up and it's shaking its tail, but it's not making any sound.
I just stomp towards it to make sure that it just skitters off or slithers off or what rattles off.
It just sort of stays there and it's watching you, trying to shake its tail to seem intimidating. But it's not making any sound because the rattle is more... It's not skeletal. So
Yeah.
What was the rattle is now long gone.
Yeah, I just take my sword out and then tap it on that, like to say stop it.
It tries to bite your sword.
Well, that's painful for the skeleton snake.
And you see some like venom drip down the edge of your blade, or the handle, the part that you poke it with.
Yeah, the blade.
Okay, yeah, it drips down the blade. It doesn't hurt it or anything, unless if you have it like activated or something.
No, I lift it up a little so that this poison drips over the blade.
Seems like I'll get you to make a wisdom check.
Just straight wisdom?
Yep.
I said wisdom. 20.
This thing isn't being controlled by the thing that's controlling everything else. This thing is just a beast that's been resurrected. Seems like that's how things are supposed to work around here.
So I'm gonna try and grab the snake and have my own bag snake, so to say.
Okay, are you going to try to tame it in a manner of speaking? Like, are you going to try to be nice to it? Or are you going to try to, like, grab it and forcefully shove it in a bag or something?
Well, if it's gonna cooperate with me, then of course tame it. But
Okay, you
if
can
not,
make an
then
animal
force will
handling
be
check if
used.
you want. But if you don't want to do that, then it's a strength and just shove it in the bag.
Here we go. Come on, +1. No.
Doesn't seem like it's receptive to your attempting to grab it. It tries to lash out at you, but you're being cautious. Alright, you just grab it and throw it in a bag. It's not very happy, but
Yeah,
you have a
just
skeletal snake in a bag.
skeletal snake in a bag. Oh, that's so much things to make fun with.
But now you have a little bit of insight into how this place is supposed to work. Seems like the thing that's controlling everything, it has to know about the things in order to control them.
So, yeah, I also poisoned blade, so yay.
Yeah, so you have a snake in a bag.
hmm
And I'm just going to tell you that every once in a while it is going to try to get out. And it doesn't have to sleep either. 'Cause it's undead.
Yeah, I will try to tame it at one point.
Okay, so what else are you going to do?
Would you believe me if I go for the crazy route?
Which route is that?
The flaming skull route. But yeah, it has been more than an hour, so I guess I can roll hit dice.
Yep. You've rested.
1, 2, 3. That's 18, 22, max HP.
Okay. So, are you going further in?
No, I'm going out. I'm trying to escape.
Okay. You walk over here, and you hear them going.
So I grab my shields and, well, get ready to, well, rush the hell out of there.
As you begin to get closer, the snake in your bag begins to struggle.
Oh boy. What do I need to roll?
Here's what I'll say. Make an insight check. You know what? I'm just gonna give this one to you. The snake isn't. It wasn't struggling until you started getting closer to these other undead.
Huh.
Now it seems agitated.
Okay, I start moving away from the undead.
It stops trying to get out.
Huh. How interesting.
It seems like the natural undead dislike the undead that are being controlled.
So, something I can use as a warning system.
Perhaps.
How handy. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. And I'm gonna let it out of the bag, let it coil up on a plate and be intimidating, so to say. And
Okay,
animal hand?
it lurches out of the bag as soon as you open it and sits on the ground near you and rattles its tail that has no rattle on it.
Let's see if it works. Oh, come on!
It nips at you. It doesn't. It seems like it doesn't want to bite you for some reason. It just wants you to go away. You can make a nature check to see if you can discern why.
Oh, that'll.
Nah, you're not sure.
I know. My character's more built for combat than anything else.
I'll give you another chance. Make another nature check.
Come on,
Okay.
natural 20.
I'll give you a little bit more than what I was going to, since you did that. The snake. It appears that the trap was based on the fact that they weren't feeding it. And when the necromancer had to leave, then it died. So, it's just a snake, and it's not hungry, so it doesn't want to bite you. But since of the nature of this undead curse that's placed upon the land, it wants to kill the other undead. So,
Well,
you have a battle companion that you can't exactly control.
mhm.
That's all I'll give you. That's a lot more than what I was going to.
So, would be a waste to sacrifice it. That's not my character's way. He's not just gonna sacrifice another fighter to save his own hide.
It just doesn't want to be bothered, it seems like. But since it's not hungry, it's not trying to, attack you.
I'm gonna try to convince it to follow me.
Okay, what do you wish
That's
to
all
do?
I need.
In what way?
I have an idea. The two Lich and Dead Knight.
Okay, what about them?
I murdered those. I can show that I am on its side, that I want to help it. Want it to help me.
Okay, so it's sitting on the near the staircase, because you're in the stairwell.
I just showed that the wounds on the two that are made are by my blade, I guess.
Okay, I'll get you to make another animal handling check with advantage.
And watch me fail. Watch me fail.
10. That is the minimum to get it to be receptive. So, it's not like your best friend or anything, but it stops shaking its tail and lowers its tail down into its coil. And it just looks at you.
So I hold my hand down to let it, climb with my arm so that I can carry it along.
It make another animal handling check, unfortunately, because it isn't like a person. It doesn't know what you're trying to do. Okay,
16.
it understands. It understands that you're not trying to hurt it, which is what you were rolling for. And it just sort of crawls up your arm and coils around it, and it actually moves its body so its head is right next to your hand.
So I'm going.
And what I'm going to tell you is what that means is that whenever you make a melee strike, it also gets to make a melee strike.
Nice. Well, I'm going the double crazy way. I'm going the way where the flame skulls came from.
Okay. So you start heading down into the the path into the tunnel, and you start.
Hopefully finding them.
You just wandering down, and you make your way to a larger open cavern, and I need you to make a perception check.
And watch me go completely blind.
Okay, that's just enough. You hear for the minimum success threshold. That's the minimum success threshold.
God.
So you begin to walk into this larger chamber when before any of them notice you, luckily, but you did walk into the chamber. A normal creature probably would have instantly seen you, but since these are undead, you see that there's 15 undead just sort of standing there in a triangular formation. So you have a chance to do something before they instantly see you, so you can go back, or you can attack them. It's up to you.
What are they? That's my first question.
Alright, make a nature check. With advantage, because they're undead.
Yeah, and then if it's real bad, then I say hide.
Okay, go ahead.
Nature, don't fail me, please, I need this. 16!
Okay, so here's what you get from this. You see zombies. However, in the middle of the pack of zombies, there's something else. Something crouching in the middle of this group. It has yellow eyes, and it's watching you carefully. It seems to have noticed you, but it's waiting for the zombies to move.
Yellow eyes, what the hell could it be? Not a ghoul. What the
They have cat-like slits. And this one had a higher DC, so unfortunately you don't know what that one is.
Okay. I'm just gonna trying to be sneaky. Trying to just continue on without being noticed, hopefully.
Okay, you can try to stealth past the zombies.
Don't fail. 11?
Alright, some zombie checks.
They're gonna spot me one way or another.
3, 4. Okay, one of the zombies just sort of goes and turns to you as you're about 3/4 of the way through the room. And it starts moving towards you. The other zombies are slower to act, but they're starting to move towards you as well.
Well, you know that famous thing that the Roadrunner does? Meep meep, meow.
Okay, so you're gonna run further in?
Yep, as well as try to make the least amount of noise. That's just normal movement.
Alright, this thing with yellow eyes is still tracking you. You look back and you can see that it's still in the midst of all these zombies. But now it's sort of clinged to the back of one of them. And it's just sort of looking over its shoulder at you. Over the zombie's shoulder at you.
But you know what also the nice thing is? I'm 10 feet faster than zombies. Yay.
Yes, you are. So, they're moving slightly slower than you are, but this creature seems like it's going to keep an track of you. Which, you do move for about 10 minutes, and you can still hear them coming after you in the distance, but they aren't at you yet.
I'm just gonna keep moving, hoping to find the... Okay, there's zombies, but I can't put my finger on what the yellow thing is. Yellow-eyed cat thing.
Yeah, it has yellow cat eyes.
I really can't put a finger on it.
And it's really glowing. Like, you're about 20 or 30, 200 or 300 feet away from it, and you can see its eyes glowing in the darkness behind you.
Is it just Is it just a cat?
You're not sure? You're not sure what it is.
I
You
am
didn't roll high enough to
so...
see what it was. Because it was hiding in amongst the group, and it's purposely trying not to make itself obvious.
What the hell could this be? Is it
Either
a
way.
creature that wants to...
You can torture yourself over that in a minute, because I'm going to end off, since you're getting to a place where we can feasibly make the two groups meet up again.
Mm-hmm.
You run into the big open area, and you see the scaffolding and the zombies that I described before harvesting this ichor. And the last thing I'm going to allow you to do is, if you want to identify anything in this room, you can attempt.
Identify anything?
Yeah, like the ichor, or the scaffolding, or what they're doing, that sort of thing.
What they're doing, that seems to be a very important thing. Because I know, but my character doesn't know.
Okay, so what do you want to try to discover as your character?
Trying to figure what the hell they're doing with this ichor. And, well, just that, basically. What the purpose of it all is.
Okay, that's a relatively complex question, which requires a couple of rolls. So the first roll you're going to have to make is either
Intelligent.
Sorry?
Intelligence.
Either an arcana or a nature check. You have no idea what the purpose of the ichor is. But it seems very important. Otherwise, they wouldn't be collecting it like this. And it seems like the zombies are just sort of touching it with their hands. If they were worried about the zombies like dissolving into dust, like if it were acidic or something, they probably wouldn't be touching it.
Well, of course they would be touching it. I mean, zombies are easily replaceable with skeletons, and skeletons are replaceable with other stuff.
Yes, they're easily replaceable, but they don't want to destroy their workers. So they would probably be using a tool of some sort to harvest it if it would kill the zombie if they were to touch it.
Okay. Yeah. Still keeping a watch on the group that's chasing me.
Okay, and you see an open room full of bioluminescent mushrooms and this fluorescent blue ichor all over the ceiling. And I'll get you to make an investigation check to see if you can learn something different than what you were trying with the Arcana. So you don't know what the purpose of the ichor is, but they seem to be collecting a lot of it, and they seem to be okay with putting it on their possessions and on other creatures. And they're bringing a lot of it towards a particular point in this cavern that you can see, like the northern path that I was talking about with the other.
Mm-hmm. Where the tree is, I assume.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you were there for that, but I described this like mess of vines and stuff that they found.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Speaking of the rest, do I see any of their tracks?
Unfortunately, you do not. And
Okay.
before you see them or anything, or if they have a chance to see you or anything, that's going to have to be for next time.
Okay.
Because I'm going to say that you were doing all of that while they were running around to the different locations in this dungeon.
Okay. Well... I so badly want to know what that thing is, but it's too big of a risk. If that group gets in here, then they know something is up, and I will be discovered, and I will be all alone, something I can't have right now.
Okay, so if you want to try to do something before we meet up with the group, you can try to do that. Like, if you want to try to lose that weird cat-eyed thing, you can.
Definitely.
Okay, so what do you want to try to do? This room is filled with those bioluminescent mushrooms, like I said. They're about as big as a bush, I would say. A little taller than a bush. Like, maybe 5, 6, 7 feet tall, each of these mushrooms. And they have an umbrella-like top, each of them. That's about 6 or 7 feet from one side to the other. And they're perfectly round.
Okay, yeah, I am going to take safety precautions. That's just literally we make a mask for my for my commoner clothes, so that I don't get inhale any of those spores. Just to be safe, because you never know.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just let you know as a player that no one else seemed to be affected by it, but maybe these ones aren't the death ones that are of legend that try to kill you.
You never know. You never know. They might have a late effectivity time.
Plus, you're immune to disease, so they probably wouldn't affect you anyway. But
Just you never know with those things.
That's okay. So what do you want to do? This room is full of those things. There's the scaffolding that leads further in, but you would have to walk past some undead in order to get down from them, because it looks like you're looking at an ant farm. There's just undead all over the place on these scaffolding.
Height between the bioluminescent mushrooms, forest, says bushes.
These mushrooms are all over this platform, this upper platform. So there's different distances from everything, depending on which one you want to try to hide behind. It's sort of like on a savanna, how there's like one tree in the middle of nowhere. Well, there's like 10 or 15 of these mushrooms. It's not like a dense forest where there's like a few inches between each mushroom.
Yeah, just try to. What would be not too obvious, but also not too.
And I'll just let you know, the bioluminescent mushrooms, they have spots on them, kind of like polka dots, that you can see the bioluminescence from, even on the stalk of the mushroom. So if you try to hide behind them, there's going to be light shining on you, which you could have advantage from hiding behind one, but you would have disadvantage because you're well lit. So.
Not if I lay on the ground, it means a smaller shadow.
You can try to do something like that, but that's up to you, what you want to do.
Gosh, I really need to hide somewhere that doesn't give me away. God damn, it's so hard.
I can get you to make a perception check if you want, to see if you can see an obvious location where you could hide.
Sure. God damn it.
I'll say that this is what you see. You see that some of the bioluminescent mushrooms are a little taller than you are, so you could stand perfectly behind one and hope that they don't look behind it. That's the best you got, unfortunately. That's the biggest thing that you see to hide behind.
You said there were caves, right?
Yeah, you'd have to go down a 30-foot drop to get to those. And there's undead everywhere down there.
Nope.
And with your perception check, unfortunately, you don't see any other passages.
I am only good in athletics and intimidation. Damn it. I really don't like that cat-eyed thing.
What I can say is, if you don't know what to do about it now, we can try to do it next time.
I have no clue what to do about it now, honestly.
And next time, they could discover you, and then the group would see that. But if things go bad. But right now, I can't bring in the whole group because
Yeah. Yeah, and
they're
I
not-
need... And
So.
if I want to fight well, and if I want to fight hard, I need my flame sword.
Well, the flame skulls are in a different location because of your quick thing.
No, I need my flame sword to fight properly. I say.
Yeah.
But yet, so I say let's do it for next week, because I'm at a dead end.
Okay. We'll kill the thing then.